Hello, welcome to Tuesday. I've decided that Tuesday is spooky enough on its own. We don't need to acknowledge that it's spooky. It's like saying it's a bad Monday. We all know it's spooky. Today, I enjoyed Tuesday for several hours. I went to sleep. I woke up refreshed. And it's still Tuesday. Terrifying. Silver, thank you so much. So help me, we're going to solve at least one murder this week. Either the murder club tonight or a ghost murder in the hotel on the weekend. I really hope so, Silver. Thank you so much for 21 months of support. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, on this spookiest of Tuesdays. Hello to Culinary Disaster. French toast, please. Hinton. Dicevor. Salt Ranger. So many people here. Mac. And every last inch of me's covered in hair. Thank you for that, Dicevor. Efton. Colin Error. Great to see you all. Val, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Why didn't we hear that? Spooky. Y'all didn't hear that, did you? You did. Why didn't I hear it? Oh, I heard that. That was a different one, though. Why didn't I hear that? Twitch alerts. Advanced audio properties. Thank you for the oofda, Efton. Twitch alerts. Monitor and output. Why did I not hear that? Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. Let me start some shout-outs here. So many to catch up on. I've also figured out fixed non-changing Video Ninja URLs. I need to write up a guide at the end of this Scaretacular. Exciting. Very exciting. The gift of gave me my cat emotes. Fantastic. So, Murder Club. Here we are. Things have not been going great, but we're slowly getting there. I made the bold claim last week that we would solve Murder Club. That did not happen. My new, much less optimistic hope is that we can finish Murder Club before Halloween. That gives us today and next week. But also, I have a lot more coins than I did last week. These things happen, yes. What did we learn last week? I tried to real briefly review last week's stream, but I didn't have a ton of time for it. I was able to transfer a lot of points to Unsigur Crest, so it wasn't a total loss. Good. Seem to have almost no coins. If you don't have any coins left, thank you for your faith in me. I'm sorry it was misplaced. Wheeler Jack and also shit. Yeah, I guess that's true. There was one thing that came up when I was trying to quickly review things that was kind of interesting. The cemetery psychiatrist, professor, I can't remember which one, psychology, I think, said that he talked to Sarah Shields and that he got the impression she knew who her attacker was, but didn't want to reveal that, which was interesting. And we don't really have a good theory on why that would be. I also, towards the end of the stream, talked for a while about how, like, there's so many possibilities for what happened here, and I keep thinking that, you know, at any moment we'll get the crucial piece of information that will make it clear which one of those possibilities is the more likely one, and we still haven't got there. We've arrested so many people. I think the two people we haven't arrested yet are Joe Carrington, who is quite possibly also Henry Klein, and Doug Carson. the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. He's kind of interesting. We caught him in a lie. We were able to get a search warrant for his home, but we haven't been able to arrest him. And I guess that kind of makes sense. We don't really, despite catching him in a lie on the night of the murder about where he was, we don't really have that much to connect him to the crime. We know he's supposed to meet someone somewhere. We still have no idea who that is. So many questions. Watch me finish in 20 minutes. I think that might be a little optimistic, but that would be pretty funny. All right. Gaming? I think I made no notes about what I should start off with this week, which was a mistake. But I do remember talking about how I was pretty sure we would have to resort to once again going around and asking everyone questions, just kind of going through the entire list again. It shouldn't be nearly as lengthy a process this time because there's less of a reason to go over all of the notes in detail. Certainly we'll want to refresh our memories on some things, but so it'll be a more speedy process of just I go through everything and I won't read stuff unless it seems new. Plus, everyone's in jail. That is true. Hi, JB. How's the investigation going? You know, you're the one guy who could solve this case without all hell breaking loose. Catherine, thank you for saying that. I'm not sure you're right. Let's load our game. I almost forgot about that. Let's see. Murder. Just checking out my murder folder. 37 is our file. Hey, Harold. Do you tend to spend the rest of your life working on this case? Hurry up, will ya? We're busy here. We've got a lot of things to do, in case you haven't noticed. I don't even remember who this guy's name is. I assume he's like the police chief or something. Let's do a quick save to remind ourselves of our progress. Oops, I didn't choose a file name. I don't know what happens when you don't enter a file name. Does that mean it didn't save? I think that's what that means. It hasn't updated any of the files. We continue to have 75 points in collecting evidence. I really hope we increase that a little bit today. General investigation, 100. Interrogation, we're getting there, 57 points. Vital information is 89 points. That's really good, but it feels like we're so far away. And then total investigation, 81 points. Also pretty darn good. But like those last 19 points might take us a while. Just kind of pop through these menus here to think to myself. And also make sure there's nothing new in the library. That's all the same. Interrogation. We have all these people. I can't remember if I went through all this stuff again towards the end of stream last week. Let's try it real quick. Bill wasn't my real son. Bill's parents' company went bankrupt because of my actions. They both committed suicide. I hadn't meant to hurt them. I did it for the company. I felt terrible. So I took Bill and raised him as my son. That is new dialogue that we got last week. Bill was always challenging me, fighting me over everything. He seemed to want to make my life miserable. But even so, I would never kill the boy. Stop this useless interrogation. Let's continue with my shout outs here. French Toast Please was just minutes ago playing a game called Crypt Underworld with a dedicated piss command, which is great. And something that I know appeals to many of us here in chat. Strongly recommend dropping a follow there. Let's see. I'm gonna focus on just evidence that I'm pretty sure is relevant. Bones Jabberwocky, good to see you. Been watching PBS and also talking with fam about holiday schedules. Oh no. Let's not think about that too much. Holiday plans. I don't. It's too soon. Let's wait till October's over. I mean, you can plan your holiday stuff, but I'm not gonna think about it. I hope you're doing well though. He's clearly got more to say. I think we probably need some fresh evidence to show him. Good PBS show? What were you watching? Buffaloes. I think I'm gonna not interrogate everyone right now. Let's go. Let's go through every location one by one. I will go through the list of questions. I'm gonna do the really tedious every question because I continue to have no idea what we're missing here. And I'm gonna also search every area that we can. I think I am this time going to skip the basic questions here. I don't think those ever change. Last time I went through them just in case, maybe someone was lying about one of them and, we might catch them in a lie if they change their answer. But I kind of feel like that's not ever going to happen. So unless we get really, really stumped again, I will not bother. Maybe let's focus on ask for information first. Oops. I think you systematically tried every interrogation option last time. Yes, I did, very much. Hello on Secret Crush. All the basic info is already in your notes. Right. As I said, I was just I was wondering if someone might have been lying and we could catch them in that, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. How is Linus doing? One thing I would kind of love is like if we could just get like a little satisfying jingle or something like the point sound you get in a classic adventure game whenever we unlock new dialogue, just something to draw attention to it to help make sure I don't miss it. I understand all the choices they made in this. It's just it's tough. Got married 2 years ago. Bill introduced us. She's the best wife a man could ask for. I feel like that can't be new information, but it feels new to me. I don't remember them only being married for 2 years and specifically that Bill introduced them. It's probably something I wouldn't have written down. Married 2 years ago, I have written down. Linus has 2 modes, sleep and terror. He has been mostly terror today. Oh no, he did sit on me for a while, but it's too cold upstairs. So I can't help but wonder. Like, there's two ways this could go with Doug Carson. Like, either he's not important at all, and he's just kind of there as a little bit of a red herring. We've heard that we know his business is struggling. Um, and some relevant background context is that he married into money. He married his wife Judy specifically to get after her money, which is actually an interesting parallel to Bill, now that I think about it. Because we know that Bill married Dorothy in the past and then spent all her money and left her. I don't know that there's necessarily anything to that, but it's kind of interesting. We've heard from a couple people that Doug is doing shady stuff to try to get his business in better shape again, but we haven't uncovered anything specific there. I feel like he probably did something shady that's at least loosely connected to the murder. My hunch is, maybe it was something kind of like what Brian Ayler did. He was hired to steal the car that ended up being involved in the murder, but he didn't know that up front. So I kind of wonder if maybe Doug was in a similar situation. Have I been going through this list right? I'm going to go down the left and then down the right. I think that's a little easier to do, even though my brain really wants to go left, right, left, right. I don't know why. I feel like, well, there's so many people's stories that seem important and that we need to learn more about. But Dave Carrington, his whole deal on the night of the murder is interesting, and his meeting up with Shelley McDonald, like what the heck is going on there? We're pretty sure the gun changed hands at some point during the evening. Right, we learned that. Right, we learned that Dave. Well, this is their story. We got the same story from both Dave and Shelley, that he was worried what Shelley was going to do. He was worried that she was going to kill Bill. So he went to try to get the gun from her. She accidentally shot him, or the gun went off accidentally in some way. And then the blood on the scarf was from using it as a bandage to stop Dave's bleeding. And of course, Dave has the same blood type as Bill and a couple other people. I do kind of wonder if this was a story that they came up with before they got arrested to cover up what actually happened, especially knowing that Dave has written a paper on how to commit the perfect crime. Maybe Kevin Bacon is the murderer. Everybody's connected to him. That is something to consider. Yes, I'm asking you about yourself. I hope nobody gets seriously ill, given that we have arrested the only doctor in town. Mac, I hope your streams have been going well also. Glenn Axworthy. Who? Okay, so that's it for Michael. I didn't spot anything new. Hopefully that's correct. Joe Carrington. How you doing, Joe? Honestly, you don't look that busy to me. Joe lied to us about when he left work. Like, he said he left work at 10. His wife said he got home at 11. I think he was initially telling the truth and that he was somewhere else for an hour. But now he's saying, oh, maybe I left at 11, just to, not have to explain where he was for an hour. But I don't think we really know where he was. Another thing that just popped in my head that we still haven't made sense of is we recently learned that Brian Ayler was, well, we learned it a long time ago, and we're recently reminded of Brian Ayler being at the Hungry Fisherman at like 2 a.m, which is odd. It's pretty suspicious that he wouldn't know anything about the arson, or wouldn't have anything to say about it at all, given that we know for a fact that he owned that land and sold it to Bill. Well, I guess who do we hear that from? I don't know if it's 100% fact, but it seems pretty clear that that is the case. And again, it seems like he's lying about insurance. I mean, we do ask him about life insurance, but then he says insurance. I don't know anything about it, even though we were told by the insurance guy that he took out a specifically fire insurance policy. Next to nothing about Martha's previous husband. Martha doesn't like to talk about him, and I don't press the matter. So he's the one that saw Mr. Carson when he was leaving work, which was probably around 10 or 10:30. Dave didn't do anything. I wonder if Sarah would be a good... Well, we'll get to her pretty soon, I suppose. Like, I can't help but think, that her assault case was one of the things we got right at the beginning of the game. And that has to be connected to all of this somehow. What happens if you ask him something else a second time? Same response. Here that things have been hard for the Lee Cosmetics company since larger competitors have moved to the area. It's good that you're healthy since the doctor has been arrested. What was that about? We met her a couple of times. Okay. Gaslight movie theater. Do we know what is the end game for Murder Club? I mean, ultimately, we want to solve the murder. So, we need to figure out who did it. And I assume we need evidence to support that. And I assume that if we have the evidence to support it and we interrogate them, that they will probably eventually confess to it. Just that's kind of how interrogation has gone with everyone, as long as we have the appropriate evidence to present them. So that's how I'm expecting it to go. But that's kind of a guess. Just knowing that we need to solve the murder in some way is all we know for certain. Oh, right. Another thing I just remembered that has come up recently and that seems very interesting and relevant is I believe this was Shelley. Shelley said that she went to Big Burger at 6. However, we know from Alan, he left work at 3 that day because Big Burger was closed for renovations. So while it is possible that she went to Big Burger at 6 and just, didn't go inside and eat there, it seems like that's probably false. Brian saying he's going to write a book about Molly still seems so weird. Like, is that just a weird little detail to, I don't know, make him sound kind of creepy or... Just window shopping, sure. Just looking at the burgers through the window. Maybe that's where she meets her weed dealer. Could be. Is there a known time for the gun wrestling with Dave? That's a good question. Let's find our timeline and look it over. Oh, speaking of things I have written down, I was going to share last Saturday. I joined Silver Streak and Unsecret Crush over on Silver's channel to play at Dead of Night. And I'll go ahead and give Silver a shout out while we're talking about this. Unsecret Crush won't be able to make it, but I will be joining Silver again on this coming Saturday, once again at 8 p.m. Eastern, to continue that game. And it was a lot of fun, so I'm excited to continue it. But since we were over on Silver's channel, I didn't have a notes cam, so I figured I would share a nice look at my notes and map. I started out drawing a map just in here, but then I kind of screwed up the proportions and hallways ran into each other incorrectly. So then I took another shot at it here. And it came out a little bit better, but then I ran out of space for that section here. That's the ground floor, and then second floor, which some of that is currently blocked off, so it's not complete yet, but I think the layout is pretty much the same. Yeah. That's all. Just wanted to share. Many concussions will be had. Yeah, we got knocked out a lot, huh? If you'd like to send me a notes cam, we can make that happen. That might be making things a little too complicated. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Did we ever even go to the third floor? I'm going to miss the whole third floor. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, I got the wrong date in Silver's shout out, but rest assured it will be on the 21st this coming Saturday this time. Timeline. So the question was known time for the gun wrestling with Dave. We know that, let's see, Alan got off work at 3 and then picked up Molly and Dave later on. So we don't know exactly when that happened. However, we do know Molly got off work and was picked up by Alan at 7 p.m. And then we were told that Alan dropped off Dave at Arlington around 10 p.m. And then, according to Dave, he just went for a walk. According to him previously anyway, he just went for a walk and then went home. But we also know later around trying to find it here. Maybe I didn't write it down. But we know that Dave was seen in the area of Arlington College around when the body was found, which was at 2 a.m. So I assume the gun wrestling took place between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Beyond that, we don't really know. We don't have a lot of information about what Shelley was up to. Initially, she gave us a bunch of things she allegedly did, but then she later said she was home the whole time. She said she had a day at work, went shopping, went to Big Burger at 6, and then went home. And then later she said, I don't know, nobody came here and I didn't go out. I was thinking maybe whatever Shelley had been up to at 6 was irrelevant if we already knew she met up with Dave, but that was much later. Yeah, I think her entire story was completely fabricated. So I don't know that the time of when she said she was at Big Burger was relevant necessarily. Like, it's possible she was at home, it's possible she was at home all day, but I don't think it's true that nobody came there. So. Oh, we did go to the 3rd floor. It was half dark. Okay. Okay, so we did all those. Did I ask her these already? I probably did. Up next is the Hungry Fisherman. I'm going to start with Sarah, actually, because... yes, I did eat. Thank you for asking. I feel like she has slightly better odds of getting us somewhere. She says she was at the restaurant all evening and left at 2, same as Ken. I don't think we have any reason to doubt that. About her assault, this changed at some point. I think this changed after we got in more information that strongly suggested it was Bill. She started saying, I have no idea who did it. What good would it do to me to know anyway? At night I heard Bill mumble Liberty something or other. Maybe he was referring to the bank. I can't help but think that's important. Oh, right. Another thing we learned pretty recently, which I believe was the information that let us arrest Dave, was that at some point recently he had an argument in The Hungry Fisherman with Bill. Hello, Emmy. For the final Murder Club, episode 84, you should have a dead body for things I found in the basement and reveal that the killer was you. That would be pretty funny. Sounds heavy. I don't know that I could get the body up on the desk. Also, do you think it'll take that many episodes? It probably will. However, I do appreciate that you've gone down from your previous estimate of over 300 episodes. Emmy was once again playing Mackenzie and Company last night, which inspired me to purchase on eBay the very first Nancy Drew game from Her Interactive. I forget the subtitle. But I once again got a sealed copy for very cheap. It was only $20. So that'll be fun. I don't know when I'll play that. But it's on the list now. Sarah, I'm a little bored too, if I'm being honest. But we got to get through this. We'll get there. You could just tell me any interesting information you might have. It's really hard to go through these and like just quickly at a glance tell if anything is different, just because there's so many. And then like some of them change in uninteresting ways. Like once we arrest someone, lots of people have different comments. But usually it's just like some comment on whether or not they think they did it, which doesn't tell us a lot. She says, it wouldn't surprise me if Russell Thorpe did it. So, nothing new from her. Bill was all alone and in a very good mood the night of the murder. Why would he have been in a good mood? Yes, your shout out has mutated. This is correct. I thought it could use a little update. Before his sister's wedding, he had a quarrel with Bill right here in the restaurant. He seemed convinced that Bill would hurt Janet somehow. Right, that's a thing. That is a little bit of a question mark, because why would he think that? He maybe just knew about what happened with Bill and Dorothy. I feel like there's information about this that I'm forgetting right now. Right, like originally he said he didn't know Shelley at all, which kind of suggests he wouldn't have. Or no, wait, maybe that's not true. I think they didn't ever deny that they knew each other. That it just, they wouldn't really admit to having talked to each other the night of the murder or anything. You need a website. Then I can just link to your website where you have links to all your other stuff. Just saying. No pressure though. I mean, I'm the guy that keeps buying websites for no reason. I recently purchased robotspacer.online to link to all my other websites. It was not necessary. Oh, thanks. Great. Of course, Brian. Can I help you with the URL? Yeah, I mean that's the hard part, right? There's so many options these days, though. .pizza, .farm, .online. Connor says, "Can you update her shout out to include that she's creating a website right now?" I'm thinking isixm.me, but no one will be able to spell it. That is a little tricky, but it's pretty good. Oh, culinary, sorry. Your link was removed. You'll have to replace the dot with the word dot or something. mzizzy.fun, that's pretty good. .game suffix is pretty cheap, unlike .games is cheap, unlike .game, which is $500 a year. $500 a year is way too much for a domain name. m.xyz is like 500. Is that $500 a year, or is that like you're buying it from someone that's squatting it or whatever? A year? God, that's terrible. Boo to that. Y'all, I got so many domain names. I pay so much money a year for my domain names. I don't like to think about it, but now I am. Let's see. I'm trying to think of if I have any good domain name stories. Probably the best two are, I'm pretty sure I've told this story previously of how my friends and I owned liquidplumber.com. And were threatened by the Clorox company, and we eventually got them to give us $100 for it. And then I think they put up like a redirect to their actual domain name for a while, but then they just let it expire, which frankly is rude. I think they were just bothered that it went to something that was, like a real website that wasn't theirs. Who murdered Robot Spacer's domain name budget? And then I think my second best domain name story is my company has an app called Deliveries, package tracking app, and for a long time I wanted. This was before the .app top level domain. I wanted deliveriesapp.com. Deliveries.com would have been great, but that was like, there was no way I was ever going to get that right. But deliveriesapp.com was potentially obtainable. For a while, it was owned by, I think someone bought it. This requires a tiny bit of extra background context, which is that originally my app name was not Deliveries, it was Delivery Status. But then it got kind of shortened because of text limits on iPhone screens. But it was known as Deliveries for a long time before that was its official name. It was all very confusing. So I think some other company bought deliveriesApp.com, and then they were like, oh, shoot, people are already aware of a deliveries app. We don't want to use that name. So they just kind of kept it for a while. And then, like, a squatter owned it, like, just, you know, put up ads there and, hey, let me know if you want to buy this. But, they wanted a bunch of money for it. And I was like, nah, it's not worth it. And then eventually it went up for auction. And I was really nervous that they would like figure out that it was my company bidding on it. So I went through the trouble of like creating a account that like had like a fake name, I think, to bid on it. I can't remember the specific details. But I was really nervous that they would figure out some way to bring up the price. But I finally got deliveriesApp.com for $69. And that was very satisfying. And then very soon after that, the .app top level domain was created. Thank you. .zy exists. Oh, that's very good. I had no idea that was a thing. Is that a country? Yeah, Namecheap is pretty good. I use name.com, but that's for very particular reasons, and they're not the cheapest option. Calendar says, I can confidently say this is the most interesting domain name story I've heard. I'm glad to hear that. I do my best. Luckily, that dude dumped stupid money in my stream the other day. BRB buying a domain. Great. Republic of Ziz. Yeah, there you go. Janet. Who do y'all think the killer is? Anyone have a hunch that they feel is pretty solid? Only owns a crummy theater, but apparently he's quite wealthy. Yeah, this is an interesting thing that, we knew this for a while, but kind of didn't think a lot of it. But it is interesting that Russell Thorpe seems to have a lot of money, even though he just owns a crummy theater that isn't that great. It seems pretty likely that he received some of the money that what's the guy's name? Henry Klein got through the whole bank embezzlement situation. I think it's Sarah because she's the best. That's kind of an interesting, like, she has very good reason to want to kill Bill. And if she were going to kill Bill, it would make a lot of sense for her to not want to reveal who assaulted her if it was Bill, because that would give a motive for her to have done it. Catherine seems suspicious. She's too confident in your abilities. I think she's mocking you. Ooh. Unsecret Crush says, I don't want to say. You have been looking at walkthroughs, so I think that's fair. But I am super curious. Silver says, not even joking, that's the actual source. Republic of Ziz. That's a real place? I'm Googling. I believe you, but like... Huh. No, that's about a person. I googled Republic of Ziz and all the results are talking about a person. So I don't know. Joe looks like he's ready to murder at any moment. I'm just basing that off his pixel art, though. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to make of Joe, honestly. Like, I'm so sure he has to be Henry Klein, but that doesn't necessarily make him the murderer. I don't know. I feel like I have no hunch at all. Can provide a link from where I found it originally permitted. You are a VIP, so you can post links at any time, Silver. You don't have to ask as long as you don't post anything weird. .zy was the internet TLD for former Republic of Ziz. Oh, now the Jevian state of Ziz. Are we sure this is real, though? nswiki.org. What even is this website? This sounds like what? The Jevian language is a relative of the Latin language and the native language of the people of the Allied Empire of J. What is this? I'm so confused. Like, all the results for this are on this nswiki.org. Strange. Oh no, I posted something weird. I mean, it's okay. It's probably fine. Maybe? This is some sovereign citizen nonsense. To me, it almost sounds like something, just some fictional thing. I mean, like anybody can get a top level domain now, as long as they, I think it costs money. And then you also need to kind of show evidence that you can support it, if I understand correctly. And like keep it running for a long time. Can we find an ARG? That's a really good question, honestly. Another thing I just want to point out is that we still don't know that I'm not like potentially soft locked or something. I feel like there have been enough situations at this point where we thought that might be the case, and we finally, after a long time, figured out how to progress, that I'm reasonably confident that's not a concern, but I do think about it a lot. Yeah. Okay, so that's it from Ken and Sarah. We still can't go check out the Liberty River. Next is the bank. Regarding Bill, the bank guy says he was young but highly skilled. You know, only a few days ago, the construction of his company's new parking lot was completed. Again, the parking lot is on the land where Henry Klein's house used to be. So 20 years ago, Glenn Axelworthy was hired by Edward Robbins to take a body into that house and set it on fire, We think that was probably Robert McNally's body, Susie's dad. Much later, Joe Carrington sold that land to Bill for like a reasonable price. And then very recently, the lot was completed there. It also seems like maybe there's an area there that we will eventually unlock. But we have no idea how to do that. I met her once. She's quite a long-winded woman, he says about Judy. Okay. Here's how we found out about the very reasonable price. Joe, he's Bill Robbins' father-in-law. You know that the land the new parking lot was built on used to belong to him. Apparently, he sold it to Bill at a very reasonable price. Why would Joe do that? Did he just want to get rid of the land? Like, I think that's a valid explanation. Like, the ZY domain is only available on Namecheap. I wonder if they run it. I'm trying to think of how we could learn more. That's not on a weird website. This Wikipedia list of top-level domains does not include it. Mozilla. Really? Huh. Are we sure it exists? Oh, wait. What? Oh, what a weird URL. Gov.uk. I'm on the domain name find-and-update.company-information.service.gov.uk. A very legitimate sounding website. Has a page on the ZY top level domain. Registered office address is in Cambridge, England. Oh, wait. Oh, this is on a company called ZY Limited. Okay, never mind. I'm so curious. But I'm not finding any information about it. I can't think of where is an appropriate place to like learn about a top level domain. I think it wants me to be a business, but I have an ABN, so here goes nothing. I wish you luck. I don't know what an ABN is, but I assume it's Australian business number. Dicevor asks, is it possible there is a game mechanic that you're unaware of? Certainly. We did read the manual. And I have, well, it's been a while since I reviewed all the gameplay mechanics in the manual. Status inactive, not currently in use. Sorry, I got busy at work and forgot to frequently post non sequiturs in your chat. Got busy at work. Okay. This is so suspicious. Can I buy it or not? So they won't let you buy it? Is that what you're saying? That's so weird. What the heck? Excuse my bluntness, but the director of the Lee Cosmetics Company is a servile flatterer. And it appears to me that his company is financially unsound. This dialogue seems unfamiliar to me. None of this is new information, but this particular dialogue seems unfamiliar. Can they shut down top-level domains? I mean, I do think that's possible. But like I said, I feel like a requirement for creating one in the first place is being able to like show that you can keep it running for an extended period of time. I could be wrong about that. And given that there's very little information, it seemed more likely that maybe it's new, like maybe it's in the process of being created. Or maybe someone is like trying to get it running and hasn't actually been successful in doing so yet. I don't know. It's all very strange. So, I wonder if it's at all possible that this will be enough to be able to arrest Doug Carson. I mean, it's not really much. I don't think it makes sense for this to be information to allow us to arrest him, but it seems possible. Don't know, but keep hitting the wrong thing. About the Liberty Bank case, he says, in fact, Henry Klein and I worked together at the time. He was a skinny, nondescript fellow with brown eyes. He had just transferred from Boston, and if I remember correctly, his family still lived there. I don't think I ever thought that much of this at the time, but that is kind of odd, right? Like, why would he move here without his family? Unless he only moved here to commit crimes and then fake his own death. Hello, Game Dev Jeff. Game Dev Jeff's shout out has also mutated. Gotta get that Father World in there. Game Dev Jeff recently translated a Korean DOS game called Father World into English, and Pixel Turkey has been playing it. And that game, like, no one has found any evidence that anyone has ever beat it, which is fascinating to me. It's very, very hard. There's like a segment at the end of the game where you can't save anymore. And also the game keeps crashing in the final boss fight. I hope she eventually manages to complete it. It'll be very, very exciting. There's a little eye icon that explains it's not a real domain name, but a third-party thing. Interesting. Lured from Lurk by DNS Talk. I don't know that I can quite say relatable, but extremely understandable. It's definitely the kind of weird topic that would lure me in. And I am a fan of domain names and DNS. I don't know if fan is the right word. I spend a lot of time dealing with it. The only Father World ending I've seen is from a photo in a 1994 Korean magazine, most likely provided by the developer. That's wild. Do you think there's any possibility that it's not completable? Or do you think it can be done? I assume you wouldn't, be encouraging Pixel Turkey to play it if you knew it wasn't completable. I'm just kind of wondering if you have a hunch on the topic. 6-7, no, we have absolutely not solved the mystery. We're mostly talking about top-level domain names and doing our best to go through and find new information. We might have gotten one slightly new bit of dialogue here with the bank guy. If you ask me, too many games are actually completable. Yeah, that's probably right. You bought it. Okay, exciting. I can't wait. Ask this guy about the guy you think is actually Klein. We've done that. He's Bill Robbins' father-in-law. You know, the land the new parking lot was built on used to belong to him. Apparently, he sold it to Bill at a very reasonable price. It's mentioned by multiple people that Joe is a recluse, doesn't leave the house a lot. So I think probably this guy who has seen Henry Klein has probably never seen Joe Carrington in person. It sounds like he doesn't leave the house a lot. He doesn't talk to people when he does go out. His wife is generally not a talkative person. So like all that kind of supports in a very vague way the theory that he's in Henry Klein, but there's nothing definitive. In theory, it should work, but I haven't spent the time debugging the memory bug the game has. The 6 to 7 days I spent on hacking the game for the translation did not budget for bug fixes. Very reasonable. Should come up with an interesting thing to do so I can get a custom shout out too. I mean, you do have a custom shout out. Translating a game seems like a popular thing to do. It does. I'm sorry, I hardly ever use it. Joe. Shoot, where were we? Whenever I get sidetracked like that, it takes me a minute to remember. We were talking about the bank case and the arson. His grave is probably in the Downhill Cemetery. Liberty Bank is on sound financial footing. Good for you. The risk of being indiscreet, the Lee Cosmetics Company is in dire financial straits. I've heard that Mr. Carson has turned to some questionable sources for monetary support. Oh. One moment, please. Hello, welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. I have to use all my willpower not to redeem this instantly every time. I mean, you don't have to. I'm just double checking that there's no like doxing information somehow in these photos. So this is... I think I found this the other day when I was looking for photos of my Vanilla Ice haircut. I don't know why. It's in this, like, this is like a weird picture frame. It's so cheap. But this is my Optimus Prime costume, as you can see. I spent a lot of time on this. It's mostly made out of cardboard boxes. I honestly feel like the boxes themselves might have been part of the inspiration for making this costume. They were just the perfect size to be various parts. I also got a close up here. That is like a air vent as the grill there. I think those are just some thick cardboard tubes for the pipes. I'm trying to remember what the ear cups are. They're a round plastic thing, but I can't remember what they were. And then I'm not sure what those little gas tanks are. Oh, the wheels are actual wheels. Like, I think they're from a toy truck or something. I don't remember where I got them. I kind of think those gas tanks might be like aluminum cans or something. I do want to point out the detail work on like the legs here. I can't remember for sure, but I think I did this all with just spray paint. I have done a little bit of airbrushing before, but I think I just used spray paint for it. Also, I got this nice gradient on the glass here, black to blue to white, and some subtle details on the arms here as well. This I wore this to. I had a friend that did really elaborate Halloween parties every year, and this was like the one year I put in the effort to make a really good costume, and then I think pretty soon after they stopped doing the parties, and I barely ever made any elaborate Halloween costumes after that. Thank you, Mzizi, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. Thank you. Yeah, I think they were soda cans, but I'm not 100% positive. Oh, how old am I there? I'm trying to think of... Wait, let me make sure there's not a date on the back of the photos. Unfortunately, no. I'm going to guess 20-ish. Maybe. That's the best I got. Did you Optimus Prime it before spray painting? No, I don't think so. Boo. All right. Are we done with this guy? I think we're done with this guy. I think that picture's from before we met, so probably young. I mean, 20 could still be correct. I feel like it's in that area. Liberty Bank, Big Burger. Not that one. Alibi. They're renovating the place the day that dude got killed, so I got off around 3. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, 28? No. I said around 20. Yeah. And that was just a a very rough estimate. Queermint, hello. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Bill. You mean the dead guy? Yes, I do mean the dead guy. Oh, right. Remind me when we leave here that I was going to go see if we can arrest Doug now. Yes, your friend Dave has been arrested. Read that dialogue again. She seemed pretty okay for a mom. I met her once when I went to Dave's house. She seemed pretty okay for a mom. How very kind of you, Alan. Oh, right. He's the guy that tells us that Elite Cosmetics Company totally had an employee of the Lee Cosmetics Company totally had problems getting his dinero. Automod objecting to MILF. Dave's mom seems pretty okay. The bad first draft of Stacy's mom. Yes. Stephen, Barbara, Ken, Russell. He goes to the movie theater where my girlfriend Molly works part-time. The old guy always has his cigar in his mouth. He acts like a jerk. Sorry, dude. I don't know him. I think I already did all these. Remember Dave saying that he had something to do. We dropped him off at 10 near school. Shame on you? Absolutely not. Never feel bad for drawing Automod's attention. Automod is a bit of a prude, honestly. Okay, we're going to try to arrest Doug. I don't have a ton of confidence, but I think it's worth a shot. No. Dang it. Let's try Joe while we're here, I figured. Those are the only two people we haven't arrested. Heart-safe insurance. Teasing the robots is like a whole thing for some people. I suppose it is. What is it? Asks a seedy-looking man. Look, buddy, we just ask everyone everything we can. I'm sorry if you don't know anything about it. He saw Edward Robbins the night of the murder. It was kind of late and he was walking with someone near the church. The jerk wouldn't buy insurance from me. How dare he? How dare? Joe's fire protection policy. How can we get more about that? Maybe not until we arrest Joe. I just started thinking about how Unseeker Crush learned that in a later version of this game, you can let people out after arresting them, which gives me some additional nervousness around the whole soft lock question. Have you done any searching of places they're still working on with questioning folks? I'm just going through every location in order, and this first block is all businesses, so we can't search any of them. The next group will have places we can search, and I will do that as I go through them. Their fancy new Ode to Citrus perfume is a real bomb. Went out of town on business and came back at around 11. I was too tired to drive home, so I slept here in the office. Did we do all these already? Yeah, we did. I want to make sure. Okay. Is some way to know if you are done with questioning them? Makes me think maybe that isn't a thing here, or else you haven't got all possible info out of anyone yet. Like in the DS version, their portrait backgrounds turn green when you have all possible info out of an arrested person. Oh, interesting. Hotel. Mr. Robbins came here on occasion. In fact, he had reservations for the night it happened. We had prepared a room with a king-size bed for him. You can imagine his death was quite a shock. Oh. I don't remember this. A charity benefit hosted by the Amoenus Club was held here. That's maybe not something I would have written down. I continue to think there's got to be something to do with the Amoenus Club. It's either new or so innocuous we paid no attention to it. Right. Oh. Do we know that? Sarah Shields used to play the piano in the bar downstairs at the hotel. Oh, okay. I have in my notes that she stopped working at the hotel after the assault. I think this must be new. Does that mean... Oh, God. ZY is super dodgy and it doesn't even resolve. It's a handshake TLD. What? I hope you can get a refund. Like, Namecheap is a reputable website. That's super weird. I asked, but it doesn't look likely. What the fuck? It also seems like old info that didn't stand out before. I mean, I have a different comment about... Well, that could have been... Oh, no. That actually came from asking this. So, yeah, it could be old info. Can't believe online can be dodgy. I know, right? Okay, so we didn't get a new location. I was wondering if maybe we could go to the bar or something, but... Yeah, I think this must have been, you know, not obviously interesting enough to write down at the time. Mr. Thorpe is one of our shareholders. About 20 years ago, his father died and left him the movie theater. And he's also a shareholder of the hotel. I know we knew that. That's nothing new. This is probably unrelated, but the night of the murder, one of our guests stayed out past 2 a.m. A nervous man. His name is Glenn Axworthy. This is not new. However, it's standing out now in the context of Brian Ayler also being out around 2 a.m. Brian Ayler was outside the Hungry Fisherman at 2 a.m. Why do I not have a note about Brian being there? In the timeline, at least. It was Ken that told us that. I think. Brian left around midnight. What? Oh, saw Brian in front of restaurant while closing up. Okay. Ken saw Brian in front of restaurant. And then Glenn out past 2 a.m. Okay, so we're done here. So now we can search places again. Nothing of interest. Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. It's clearly an expensive house. Let's search first, just because I feel like it. Nothing. Oops. Nothing. Nothing. Just some tarot cards being all ominous. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, now let's talk to Barbara. What does the call someone option do in the search menu? That if there's someone at that place, that brings them to the scene so you can talk to them, like I just did with Barbara here. Mr. Robbins and Freddie were out when I was home all night. When did they get in? I don't know. I must have been asleep. Oops. I remember hearing that years ago that Mr. Robbins was involved in some sort of club. I think that was the name. Can you believe there was speculation that Bill had committed the crime? Just preposterous. Mr. Robbins went to the police and made sure that they didn't spread that crazy story all over town. Something I just realized here that I think I got wrong before. When she says Mr. Robbins, I believe she's always referring to Edward Robbins, whereas she refers to Bill as Bill. So Edward Robbins went to the police and made sure they didn't spread the story about Bill. Can you ask someone at the station about this? What do you mean when you say this? When we're interrogating people at the station, we have a much, much more limited list of things we can ask about. We can ask about physical evidence we have gathered, and then we can ask some extremely vague interrogation questions that just kind of serve to like pressure them into confessing something. There's no way to do that, which is a little annoying because that would be reasonable to do. There's just no way to do that. Getting a refund. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Disappointing, though, because that would have been a pretty great domain name. What a journey. Yeah. Had a husband and a child and a wonderful life, and I lost it all in one car wreck. But that was years ago. I've worked for the Robbins family since Helen Robbins died. Yeah, I certainly can't blame you for trying. I would have done the same. Hope you get a refund and a pirate domain name. Never touch anything in Mr. Robbins' room. Something has been bothering me. The night of the murder, I called Janet. She was sobbing and barely coherent, but she kept insisting everything was okay. It was just awful. We still don't fully understand that either. There's lots of things she could have been having that reaction to. Finding out about things Bill had done. Maybe she knew that Bill was going to get murdered for some reason. Maybe she knew that Bill's murder was going to be faked and she was upset about it. So many possibilities. Oh god, I'm staying in my sister's guest room, which is a converted garage, and I just heard the neighbor's garage door opening, which is very disconcerting. I missed your previous comment. Huh. Did you say something about that previously that's not showing up for me? Um. Anyways, I was gonna add that. I don't know if I ever talked about this on stream. A week ago, I had some garage door issues. The garage came off its tracks on one side, and while trying to fix it, I almost I had to roll the garage door back and forth to try to get the wheel that had popped off back onto the track. And at one point I was pushing it, down more in the closed position. And then as I was doing this, I'm like, oh fuck, if this goes all the way down, I'm not going to be able to get it back up. And there's no door there's no person door on the garage. So I would have been stuck in there. I don't think I even had my phone with me, though I did have my watch, which can make phone calls as long as it's in close enough range of my phone. But fortunately, I realized this as it was happening soon enough to get it back up without hurting myself. It was an ordeal. But I finally, I got it back on the track, and then I closed it, and I'm like, oh, fuck, there's two tracks, and it's on the wrong one. The very last wheel goes on a different track that goes directly above, whereas the other one's curved down. I've never really paid that much attention to how a garage door works, but this allows the top panel to be flush against the front of the opening. So after I fixed it once incorrectly, I had to then pop it off and get it back on. And that was even harder. But the reason I'm telling this story is today I finally had to open the garage door again, and it all went fine. So that was a relief. Oh, that was the only comment you made about it. Okay. Just the for context made me think you were referring to something previously, but now I understand you were simply giving context for what you were about to say. Is it still functional, the garage door? Yeah, it seems to be fine. It should probably have some maintenance done, I'm sure. Something else. So, did we ask her about all the people already? Every time I get distracted, I'm like, what was I doing? I feel like we didn't ask about all the people yet. A terrible, dreadful thing. Can you imagine the pain his father must be going through? Why does she hate Judy so much? Imagine living with that horrible, selfish woman. That woman has dignity. Does she only know about Judy from talking to Doug? We did try to arrest Doug. It was unsuccessful. So now we're back to our previous plan of going through every dialogue option in a very tedious fashion. Strikes me as insincere. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Yeah, I mean, it's possible she only knows him through, or she only knows her through Doug. But I mean, I don't know why she would be talking to Doug either. Like someone I could mention, he's no womanizer. His problem is that he does everything his pushy mother tells him to do. He's totally dependent on her. So that's again talking about Judy being pushy. Oh, it's mostly making a joke about how Doug hates his wife. Got it. I'm trying to think of who, when she says, unlike someone I could mention, he's no womanizer. Who is she referring to there? Like, Bill would make sense, but I don't think... I don't know. That could be correct, I guess. Does Barbara not like Bill? I honestly can't remember. I mean, she thinks it's terrible that he died. But that doesn't mean much. Knew something would happen to Bill. Yeah, I don't know. She doesn't think that highly of Bill. She told us he was responsible for Dorothy's death in a roundabout way. Right. It says, unrelated, I'm so sick of having to type variable names correctly. Does your editor not have autocomplete? That's usually how I do it. I just have to type them once, and then it will generally fill them in. But I do agree. My editor sure does not have very reliable autocomplete. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Did I keep getting distracted? Did I finish this list? I feel like I didn't. Where was I? Wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Janet, Stephen, yourself. I like to think of myself as a surrogate mother for the children. So she thinks of herself as a mother even to Bill. Friend of Mr. Robbins. I believe that someone with that name came here to see Mr. Robbins. There's nobody else to question here, so I think we're done. Heck. Carson's house. This is a place where we have had a warrant for a long time, but have never found anything here, I don't think. Heaps of dresses, tacky dresses. You spot nothing suspicious. Is there ever a case where we need to hit search multiple times? That would be kind of terrible. IMO. You lift up the lace bedspread and find a notebook with a black cover. There are columns of figures listed in the notebook. It looks like a company account book. Holy shit. Yes. Yes. Take accounting book. You seize the notebook. Okay, this is in the guest bedroom in the Carson's house. Okay, so this is probably going to give us some information about the Lee Cosmetics company and their whole financial struggle. Maybe a hint at what Doug has done to try to counter those problems. God, what do we do that unlocked that? How long has that been there? This is the Carson's house. You've blown the case wide open. We should have done a prediction, yeah. It's not the thing I knew about that's supposed to be in Bill's study. Yeah, we're not even in Bill's house. I am really curious if something will ever pop up in Bill's study. All right, let's get this analyzed. This looks like a secret Lee Cosmetics company account book. Look at how much money the company borrowed. Its financial situation must be grim. This has got to be enough to arrest Doug, right? Right? It's also notably not the other two types of thing I'd read about that you haven't found. Great. I mean, we're still, before this latest item, we were still missing 25% of the evidence in the game. So that doesn't surprise me. Would anybody else have anything to say about this? You should take a break. I'm worried about you burning out. Catherine, thank you. You're very considerate. I do actually need a break. This will be just a short one, I think. It'll be a few minutes. I'll get myself a small snack and a beverage. I'll be back in a little bit. Oh no, hello, hello. Thank you all for coming by. Dan the Band, great to see you. Hope you had a great stream. Dan the Band is composing music for the Crimson Diamond, Julia Minamata's upcoming adventure game, which I'm very, very excited about, and the music is fantastic. Hope you had a great stream. Maple Mystery, great to see you as well. Mousimus, good to see you. Goman Sama, great to see you. Eden Wave, please make sure that Robot Spacer doesn't go wandering in any dark caves. Might be some trolls back there. Ooh, don't want to get eaten by a grue. Unsecret Crush is not here right now, but rest assured, I have been careful. Bill Kuhn, good to see you. At least this isn't nearly as awkward of a raid as that one guy who was in the middle of a Pomodoro session. Interesting. Has Robot Spacer made progress since we last raided? I'm so glad you asked, Mousimus. I did. We just found new evidence. This has not happened in at least a couple weeks. Maybe 3 or more? It's been a while. We found a notebook in Doug Carson's house that is a secret Lee Cosmetics company notebook. We have known for a while that the Lee Cosmetics company has been in financial trouble. We now have evidence of money coming in, a lot of money. I forget. Let's pop back in the crime lab and get the accounting book. This looks like a secret Lee Cosmetics company account book. Look at how much money the company borrowed. Its financial situation must be grim. Thank you, Bill Kuhn. Deivor, good to see you as well. Bill Kuhn says, I need to go to bed soon, but I want to say that I started watching last year's blind play of The Colonel's Bequest for Halloween month. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you're enjoying it. Hinton has made a new LinkedIn friend. I'm very excited for you, Hinton. Oh no, I have a Band-Aid on my finger and it's coming off. I guess that's garbage now. Also, Hinton, I would like to hear what you had for fruit snack. I had my customary 1 bite of granola bar. And I was also reminded of a fruit situation, which is that I'm out of bananas. I meant to go to the store during a normal hour today. However, I did not have time. The good news is there are 24-hour stores. So I will be able to obtain bananas before breakfast tomorrow, which is very important to me. Ate 1 banana for fruit snack. I'm glad to hear it. I hope it was great. I've been working on the apples. There's a lot of apples. I've made some progress. Walmart. I don't really go to Walmart, but I think Kroger's 24-hour and Meijer's 24-hour. So those would be my 2 primary options. Meijer's a local chain, local-ish, Midwestern, particularly Michigan. Our Kroger's not 24-hour anymore, but the other one is, right? All right, let's show this evidence to some people. Let's start by talking to Doug at his home. Let's also save. 38. Yeah, let's analyze our progress. We're up to 81% on collecting evidence. That's a 6% increase for a single item. So that means there's like 3 more? Yeah, I feel like that's probably right. There's 3 more things to find. Yes, I am in Michigan. Oh, they all close now? Well, I'll have to go to Meijer then. Meijer would never do that to me. Interrogation has not increased today, but we did get that up last week. Vital information is now at 90. Fantastic. And total is at 82. Those just went up a tiny bit, but we're getting there. Ooh. Judd says, you've almost got it, JB, but it will take a lot of investigating and reasoning to put a lid on this case. Okay. I saw Efton comment on the message, and I was excited, but that is what he's been saying for a while. It is a very nice message, I agree. But it hasn't changed. mzz.au is 42 Australian dollars for 3 years. That's not bad. It's pretty good. Have you purchased it? Okay. So where to start? Oh, right. We're going to go talk to Doug, first of all, and see if we can inquire about this evidence we've obtained. Accounting book. The account book? What about it? In a TLD rabbit hole now? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going to go do some domain squatting. I'll be right back. Okay, as long as you're not rude about it. Although, I guess I'm not one to talk. I have domain names I've owned for years and haven't actually done anything with. I should probably let them expire. It's funny. I always think about how annoying it is that other people do this, but I never think about how annoying it is that I do it. Because it's different from my perspective. I might use that someday. Honestly, if I knew a domain name I own would just go back into the market, I'd be fine with that. I would let them expire. My concern is always that I'm going to let it expire, and then like a company whose business is domain squatting is going to buy it up and just put like ads and links and stuff on it. So that's generally why I hold on to domain names I'm not using way too long. Oh, I understand the joke now. That went right over my head. Ethically domain squatting? Yeah, I mean, it's at least somewhat more ethical. What? It recommended the jizzy.com to me. I need to rebrand. Oh no. I'm not even going to say that out loud, F-Tom. So he won't tell us anything about the account book unless we arrest him. Let's see if we can ask anyone else about it. Yes. Sorry, I don't know much about the company. Oh, we should go ask Michael, who is presently working at the company. Kate. Oh, wait. We were just talking to Kate. Judy. I'm sorry. I'm not free to talk about company finances. I leave such details to my husband. I have a friend who calls me that for real. He's a bastard. Jeez. I'm Michael? Yeah, I mean the other Michael in the video game. Video Michael. Leave scene. Lee Cosmetics Company. Ask about accounting book. An account book? I don't know anything about company finances. My father takes care of all that. Oh, Zizzy.au. Shit, that's good. You shouldn't say things like that before you bought it, though. Who else? Should we just go around and ask everyone? We might as well, I guess. There's nobody there. We were just there. Probably a lot of people we won't be able to ask about it. Gaslight. I can't imagine Molly has much to say about the Lee Cosmetics Company's account book. Hungry Fisherman. I doubt we'll be able to ask them about it. But we can always check. Liberty Bank might get us somewhere. No. Hotel. Extremely unlikely. What are this club's requirements anyway? I'm not sure what you're asking. That's empty. That's Barb's there. Not there. Joke's on you. Molly cooked those numbers up in the first place. Mastermind Molly. Could be. Okay, don't make me ban y'all for being inappropriate. Beckert's Clinic is empty. That's empty. That's empty. Lyric Store. He's not going to have anything to say. Carrington's house. Because we would all wear red ties for it was the style at the time, like Pee Wee Herman. An account book exists in the same location in the Turbo CD version. I feel confident the other things I vaguely know about must also exist, but I only know the location of one of them. Put my dad hat on. I mean, sometimes you gotta, I guess. What am I doing? Bring in person. No one else here. We've arrested everyone else there. Wrong location. That was... Oh, wait. We're in Suburban now. Russell Thorpe's is empty. Shelley's is empty. The church, that's not going to be useful, but we'll check. Cemetery, probably not useful. Yeah, none of this is going to go anywhere, but we'll keep going. Nope. And then just one more. And then we will go interrogate, which I think will be much more fruitful. And then we'll try to arrest Doug, which I think is going to work this time. Who was staying in that guest room? That was Glenn Axworthy. Glenn Axworthy's job and hobby is traveling. He has been staying at the hotel for 3 weeks now. We learned that he came back to town to try to learn more about Henry Klein. Did you sweep at Bill's already? Yes, we did. There's still nothing in the study. Well, there wasn't previously. I mean, we have made progress since then, but I don't think it's worth going back yet. Oh, the guest room at the Carsons. I'm sorry. No one that we know of. The only people in the Carson house were Doug and Judy. I think Michael and Kate have their own room. And is that everybody that was staying there? I think so. Yeah, Axworthy was staying at the hotel. My mistake. Okay. Return to office. Interrogation. So I think we'll do the same. We'll ask everybody about it to see if they have any comments on it. I don't really expect this to go anywhere, but I think it's worth trying. The Lee Cosmetics Company is in a terrible financial position, isn't it? They must be on the brink of bankruptcy. I did not expect a comment from him. Why did you do it? Let me think. Let me think about why I murdered my son. What did you do it with? How did you do it? I don't know what else to say. Okay. His deposition has not changed. I didn't think that would be enough to pressure him to confessing. Fred means nothing to me. Janet. Can't imagine this will get us anywhere. Don't know anything about it. Dave. Probably not. No idea what you're talking about. Stephen Beckert. He might know something, given that I feel like there's a good chance this money is connected to the whole Red Tie Club in their embezzlement shit. I don't know anything, but is that just a standard? Okay, yeah, that's just a standard line. Susie. I just don't know. Shelley. Please believe me, I don't know. Russell. What do you want from me? I don't know what to tell you. Brian Ayler? Listen, Inspector, I don't know anything, so please let me go now. I might if I knew how to do that. Glenn Axworthy. What can I tell you? I don't know. Doug gave us a very, very vague comment on it. It was not useful in any way. So I don't think we're going to get anything out of him unless we arrest him. Let's do a save before we do that. Let's write over 38. That all looks the same. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna... Where's my notebook? Oh, there it is. No, we did not try asking anyone twice about it. Save 38. 81, 100, 57, 91, 83. And then... Don't let me down, buddy. What do you want now, Harold? You know you have to go through proper police procedures. I do know that. We've got evidence. Shit! You have a small tip. Okay, I'll allow it. I was thinking we continue, which may be unreliable. Okay. And we can go back to looking for more evidence and questioning people again. Ask Michael about it again. Okay. Let's see what happens. Same response. My father takes care of all that. No change. In the other versions, it's Tony, but I think that's the same person. Interesting. Tony must be someone else. I kind of Doug seems like a little bit of a Tony to me. But we'll ask all of the Carsons about it twice. I think those were the only people we could ask about it at all. Kate's probably not a Tony, but we'll make sure. Judy, probably also not a Tony. Doug could be a Tony. Are you implying that there is something funny with our company's account book? I think we got a Tony here. That was a different response. I should make a note that we found the accounting book in Carson's guest room. Company account books are hilarious. They sure are. You've proven that you don't have to ask twice during the conversation. Yeah. That's come up before. I mean, there was a little bit of a question of, maybe there are certain situations where you do have to ask twice in a row without leaving. But at this point, I feel like that's not the case. Hey, I think this guy's a Tony. All right. Now can we arrest him? I mean, I'm going to try again, right? Damn it. No. Okay. Back to work. We're increasingly confident there's something to find in Bill Robbins' study at some point, so we're searching here again. Yes! You carefully sort through the objects in the drawers. Your eyes rest on a piece of paper. It's an IOU. An IOU for a lot of money. Take. You take the piece of paper and put it in your pocket. Finally. All right, let's get this analyzed. Oops. This is an IOU acknowledging a debt of $300,000. The lender was Bill Robbins and the borrower, Doug Carson. The term of repayment has expired. Did Doug Carson kill Bill? You pick it up and place it in your purse. Yeah, I'll definitely ask him before we arrest him. Term of repayment has expired. Is that how those work? Like, the way I interpret that is, this is the date you need to repay this by, or consequences will happen. You don't know where that bill has been, Laura 2. Doug Carson. This doesn't add up to me. This doesn't add up. So not equals free money. Yeah, I assume not. Catherine, I just took a break a little bit ago. It's fine. Thank you for your concern, though. Found IOU in Bill's study. Let's save, mostly because I want to see how our progress has gone up this time. 39. Yes. 87. So another 6 points. 87, 100, 57, 92, 84. So the last two have also gone up 1 point each. Catherine wants you to eat a fruit. Maybe later. All right, so let's go talk to Doug again. Actually, since I'm here in the menu, let's talk to Michael. An IOU? For what? I don't know what you're talking about. I did ask twice, just to be sure. Carson's house. Okay, we can't ask her about the IOU. That's interesting. Let's try Judy. No. Doug. Oops. IOU. I've never borrowed any money, he says. We can definitely arrest him now, though. I feel very confident. Catherine's in on it, and she knows you're close. That's why she's telling you to take a break. A likely story, Tony. All right. Oh, excuse me? You look dead. Excuse the expression. Are you close to putting a lid on this case? Oh, I didn't ask Doug twice. I should have asked Doug twice. I don't know. I didn't borrow money from anyone. Is that clear? Not really, Doug. And or Tony immediately turns around and leaves. Yeah, I do that a lot in this game. You gotta let us arrest him now, right? What do you want, Harold? Authorization for what? Doug Carson's arrest. Yes! Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. Oh, she said that before? That's what comes after you should take a break? Okay. It seemed unfamiliar to me, but I often kind of overlook her dialogue. Time to interrogate Doug Carson. An uncomfortable air pervades the interrogation room. Thank you, Goemon-sama. The suspect sits down across from you. They all kind of look like they're standing when they're in here. Get deposition. I'm the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. I don't know anything about the murder. I'm of no use to you. I'm going to find his sheet here so we can take notes. Lots of room, fortunately. Need to go to the shopping place right when Robot Spacer finally got good at policing. Ouch. Ouch. Hinton, I hope you have a good time at the shopping place. Show evidence. We'll skip over stuff that doesn't make sense. Bones? Maybe? I have no idea what this is about. I figured. Newspaper clipping. No idea. Scalpel. I can't imagine he would have anything to say about Brian Ayler's bank book, but I'm going to try it just because I'm curious. No idea. Accounting book. Yes, this is the Lee Cosmetics Company account book. The secret one. IOU. I tried to reimburse the money, but... List of members. He is not a member of the Red Tie Club, but we're going to try this anyway. No idea. Okay. Interrogate. I know you did it. I didn't, I swear. That night, I saw Carrington at the graveyard. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. This backs up a theory I had that Doug was not involved, but he saw something. We know that he's been kind of acting freaked out ever since the murder. Just kind of like staying at home and like, I can't remember the exact details were told to us, but he's just been like acting kind of nervous and concerned. I'm sure he means that could be Joe, or it could be Dave. I doubt it's Martha, and I don't think he'd refer to Janet as a Carrington because that's her maiden name. Adventure Josh, hello, good to see you. Murder Club sounds like an organization not to join. Probably best not to. Saw Carrington. Oh, wait. Joe at the graveyard. Joe was the one that said he saw Doug Carson. Yeah, Joe C. saw him around 10, and Doug was in a hurry. So let's go back to our timeline. I believe that's on here somewhere. Joe C. saw Doug C. in a hurry. Graveyard. And this is around the same time that Thorpe, quote, took a walk near the graveyard. Father Jacoby heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard at, quote, a late hour. So I would imagine that was around 11 or so after these people were at the graveyard. What was Doug doing at the graveyard? Adventure Josh said, I spent a while trying to look for any connection between this and Carmen Sandiego and found nothing. I was sort of surprised. I do kind of feel like this was, as I understand, a pretty influential game. It was not super successful outside of Japan, as far as I know, but it was very successful there. Um, and I wouldn't be surprised if it had some influence on Carmen Sandiego. What's Catherine's last name, huh? I'm on to her. I don't get the joke. Her last name is White. Yeah, that is correct. Catherine, I'm a murderer. The design feel and the UI are so similar, just no official footprints. Yeah. Maybe her last name is Tony. It could be. Okay. So Carrington at the graveyard. Why did you do it? It wasn't me. What did you do it with? I didn't do anything. How did you do it? I swear I didn't do anything. Please believe me. I borrowed money from Bill. I had no choice. The company was falling apart. We had lots of debts. I worked my butt off, but things just kept getting worse. Excuse me. The day Bill was killed, I called him to ask for an extension on the payment. He said no. I asked him if we could discuss it in person. He made me beg, but finally agreed. I waited at our designated meeting place for over an hour. He never showed. Interesting. So he got to the graveyard around 10 or 10:30, and then he waited to 11 or 11:30. 11:30 is when Bill left the Hungry Fisherman. So if this story is true and Bill was actually planning on meeting him there, then he would have been planning to go to the graveyard after he left the Hungry Fisherman. But he never arrived. The estimated time of death is 1 a.m. So that leaves an entire hour and a half. What? Automod just objected to climax. Automod, excuse me a minute. I'm gonna tell Automod to calm down a little. Let's see. Where is that? Moderation? Yeah. Let's see. Was that... What did it consider that? Automod says this is a Christian Minecraft server. I'm just curious what category that was under. I have sex-based terms on less filtering already. Which I feel like must be how that was categorized. I mean, I guess I could turn it to no. I don't know. I guess I'll just leave it. That's all right. Okay. Let's write this down. Bill arranged to meet at graveyard. The graveyard, like... Why did Bill want to meet at the graveyard? Like, it's just out of the way place where it's dark? Or did Bill... Is it possible Bill had a plan that he was trying to carry out, but he was actually killed before he could do that? I don't know. Bill arranged to meet at graveyard. Never showed. Borrowed, what was that, 300,000 from Bill? Also, I feel like if you're going to use auto mod, you should accept it's going to be wrong sometimes, and it should eventually learn from your overrides. Yeah, like that would be great, but as far as I understand, that's not really how it works. Like, it's just like overriding it that one time or on a very temporary basis or something. That's what it seems like to me. So the meeting place was the graveyard for sure. Where did we get mentioned? Oh, saw Carrington at the graveyard. I mean, I guess I'm making an assumption there, but I can't think of any other reason for Doug to be at the graveyard unless he was, meeting someone there. So yeah, that is my assumption. I guess I will put a question mark off of graveyard. Said he saw Carrington at the graveyard. Right. Okay. Okay, so now we can present the evidence again and maybe get a little more info. Accounting book. Yes, this is the Lee Cosmetics Company account book. IOU. Tried to reimburse the money. Okay, so we didn't actually get anything new there. Bummer. I didn't. I'm innocent. Bill lent me money because he knew I'd have trouble repaying him. He wanted an excuse to take over the company. He was cruel and underhanded, and I can't say that I never thought of killing him. Still, I couldn't have done it. I didn't even see him that night. Bill wanted to take over LCC. Someone were pretty hard on those red and white dots on the frame. I have no idea what it's supposed to look like, though. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Very interesting question. Like, to me, it just looks like a kind of texture, but why those colors? Okay. Why did you do it? What did you do it with? I didn't do it. How did you do it? I didn't do anything. Now what is the question? This is good in that this gives us another connection back to Joe, who is now the only person we have not arrested. And I don't know that I necessarily think he's the murderer, but he's like ultimately the most suspicious person. Because we're pretty sure he's concealing his real identity. Deposition one more time. Borrowed money from Bill. I had no choice. The company was falling apart. We had lots of debts. I worked my butt off, but things just kept getting worse. The day Bill was killed, I called him to ask for an extension on the payment. He said no. I asked him if we could discuss it in person. He made me beg, but finally agreed. I waited at our designated meeting place for over an hour, and he never showed. Border looks like modeled heat shrunk plastic. That's certainly an image. I think talking to Joe is worth doing. I'm trying to think of who else. Like, obviously, we can't talk to Bill. We could maybe talk to the other Red Tie Club members who we believe were also at the graveyard. We've got to be close to unlocking. Oh, we should talk to Father Jacoby. We've got to be close to unlocking the extra area at the church, but we still have like no leads on that. Verdant Tree, good to see you. What's happening in here is that we're trying to solve a murder. We've arrested another person, but I don't think they're the murderer. Adventure Josh says, like Shrinky Dinks. What I'm imagining is not Shrinky Dinks. Like, when Game Dev Jeff said that, I imagined like unintentionally heat shrunk plastic. Like, it's been sitting in the sun and it's just kind of like wrinkled up and like hardened in an unpleasant way. That's the image in my head. Let's save. We want a new file just in case we need to back up. 40. Yes, please. We're at 87, 100, 61. That's 4 more interrogation points. 95 vital information. We're so close. We could finish this tonight. It seems possible. We left our game out too long. I agree. 86 total investigation. Save 40. Arrested Doug. 87, 100, 61, 95. 86. Okay. Bell Blue, hello. Is it supposed to be some kind of splattery to go with the game theme? Otherwise, kind of looks like red tweed to me. Maybe. Another thing I was also thinking of is maybe some kind of like leathery texture. Like when you see it like this, it doesn't really look like that, but I could see on a fuzzy CRT, maybe. So close. Now I've jinxed it. Yeah, you're probably right. No worries. Thank you for lurking. I always appreciate the lurkers. Often do the same. Okay. Let's start at the church. We've just missed the service. Every time we come here, we have just missed the service. It was here, of course. Night of the murder, I heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Very unusual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. Let's ask about Doug. He doesn't come to church very often, but Father Jacoby, please finish your sentence. Joe. Sorry, I don't know him. Let's talk to Joe. Can I help you? Asked the owner in a low voice. Nothing here. Now let's ask his alibi again. Same. Something else. Did see Mr. Carson when I was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. So nothing new there. Let's ask about Carson directly. I know that he's been arrested. Mm-hmm. Dang it, Joe. Did he always in a low voice at you before? Yeah, I think so. That seemed familiar to me. Who's next? Who's next on the useful to ask about? Yeah, he's said nothing new. What if we've unlocked more evidence? Maybe at Carrington's house? Or Carson's house? Let's try Carrington's first. Let's also ask these people about Doug. Is he the killer? Joe. He's working today. My husband operates the home real estate agency downtown. All right, she's the only one still there. Sure, warrant, search for clues. No clues. Joe and Martha's room. You don't find any leads. Dave's room. It's suspiciously clean. You don't remember your room ever being this clean when you were young. You don't find anything relevant to the case. Janet's room. You don't find anything relevant to the case. Guest bedroom. Nothing. You give it a good look, but still no luck. Kitchen. The kitchen is a kitchen. Besides a few dirty dishes, you find nothing. Amazed how complicated this game is? Yeah, it's tough. Out of inside info on where, but I know two different types of thing. Okay. Find it amusing when games seem to break the fourth wall to admonish the presumed child playing. Yeah, I mean, I took that to be just a adult man who is lazy. Cemetery. We should ask this guy. You surprised me, says the man wandering among graves. Alibi. It's in the psych department. Something else. There's more to this case than meets the eye. Let's ask about Doug. I don't know him. Joe. Well, that's Dave's father. Dave was one of my students. Search the graves again. Nothing relevant. Oh, I didn't even try. I feel like we need to learn. We need someone to tell us about a place at the church or the lot before we can go there, but it's worth trying anyways. Is there anything else we could ask Father Jacoby that might get us somewhere? A grave. That's the same as before. Let's see. My mind's like jumping all over the place. We just searched Carrington's house, right? Let's search other places we haven't. Still nothing but soot in the fireplace. Nothing there. Let's see. Shelley's house. Having another tall, cool one. Nothing there. Church, cemetery, college. I doubt inspiration is going to strike, but we'll see. Crime scene. Search for clues. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Bummer. Robin's parking lot. Nah. Bill Robbins' house. I doubt we'll find anything else there this soon, but we'll check. Let's ask her about Mr. Robbins is afraid we're Alberto's home all night. Something else. That's the same. Ask about Doug. You bet he could have done it. No doubt about it. What is this? Oh. Cold one. That's an Ocadrian amount. It's got to be, right? Yeah. Pixel Turkey, hello. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am always very excited for the next Father World stream. I cannot wait to see the ending of that game. And I have full confidence in your ability to get there. Joe. Can't say that I talk to him much. A little underslept. I lay awake at night thinking about it, but also excited. You're welcome. We're going to search here. Nothing. 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 Tarot cards. Nothing. Nothing. The way this person is drawn, I feel like they're laughing at us quietly. It could be. We'll continue searching. Nothing but People magazines. Concentrated search, but turn up nothing. Nothing relevant to the case. Oh my gosh. Stephen Beckert's house. Search. Stephen's room. Nothing. Susie's room. Nothing. A thing that just occurred to me is this maybe only happened once, but at some point we did something not obvious that got us new information out of Edward Robbins in the interrogation scene. So it's possible going back and interrogating. I think I would focus on anyone who might have been at the graveyard. It's a little bit of a bummer that we can't go through the normal dialogue options with those people anymore. I wonder if we might have missed some useful bits of info because of that. I can't help but think our order of doing everything was not really optimal. But it's super hard to know for sure at this point. Let's go inside. No clues. Nothing. Nothing. Brian Ayler's house. I don't expect to find anything else here, but we'll keep trying. Let's talk to Rod. Anything new to say about Doug or Joe? He's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. Sure is. Don't think I've ever met him. Wait, have we gone back and talked to Michael? Since we got more information out of Doug? I don't think we have. Alibi. I was at home. IOU. An IOU for what? I don't know what you're talking about. Account book. Don't know anything about company finances. Those are the same responses. Doug. My father kill Bill? You've got to be kidding. What kind of investigation is this? Sir, it's a very complex investigation. Your father did some really shady stuff. So, sometimes you just got to arrest everyone in town to figure it all out. No contact with Janet's father. That's my mother. Let's talk to Judy and Kate some more. Counting book. Don't know much. Alibi. Home the whole evening. Can my father-in-law have killed Bill? What do you think about that? Haven't talked with Janet's father much, probably because the few times we've met, he had nothing to say, which doesn't make for great conversation. Dave Warren says, gonna fall asleep. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you sleep well. Let's bring in Judy. Alibi. I was feeling under the weather. There was a party the night before. You know how that is. I spent the entire evening in bed. Counting book. Not free to talk about company finances. I leave such details to my husband. Doug. Where do the police get off thinking that my husband is the killer? He could never do such a thing. Release him at once. Don't know Joe well. Who could give us a lead here? Who would know anything about Doug? Or have been at or near the graveyard? Yeah, let's go back to interrogation. Those are the only people I can think of. Let's bring in Edward. That's the same. Did Carson borrow money from Bill? Oh. We showed the accounting book to all the people we've arrested, but we didn't ever show the IOU to everyone, right? Was it Shelley who worked for Bill? Yes, Shelley was Bill's secretary. Someone said she knew all about his business. Yeah, on account of being secretary. That is a good point. So let's bring her in. That hasn't changed. Show IOU. She doesn't know anything about it. Okay, so let's go through and show everyone the IOU. I can't imagine most people will have anything to say about it, but it can't hurt to check. Janet. Probably not. Don't know anything. Dave, I doubt it. It's very unlikely. Steven might know something about it, being one of the Red Tie Club members. Honestly, like at this point, I don't know. I don't think any of Bill's dealings have anything to do with the Red Tie Club. But I feel like there's some connection we're missing. Don't know anything, but I just don't know. We just did this, but I'll do it again. Russell. Probably not. What do you want from me? Brian. Probably not. Don't know anything. Glenn. Glenn's a little bit of a wild card. What can I tell you? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. So he got us a response, right? Yeah. So let's go through everything here. The Lee Cosmetics company is in a terrible financial position, isn't it? They must be on the brink of bankruptcy. I know you did it. I don't know. I don't know anything. Why did you do it? That I don't know what else to say. Nothing. Heck. I'm trying to think of like, since we're making good progress here, I'm trying to think about things in a logical way as opposed to just, resorting to spamming through everything. And I'm trying to think if I have any additional logical guesses before we go back to spamming. So we learned that Doug Carson borrowed a lot of money from Bill. We still don't. Why did Bill want that car stolen? Let's go talk to Sarah again. That was right. We'll ask him while we're here. Don't know Doug. Don't know Joe. It's the same. Something else. Saw Brian out front of the restaurant. What was he doing there so late? Sarah. I don't think she knows any of these people. I just feel like eventually we're going to come back to her. Liberty something or other. Liberty something or other. I'm thinking about this comment now in the context of Bill planning to meet with Doug. Let's see. We also know that Bill had recently found out about Henry Klein and was trying to learn about him. Cubes for the boys? Cubes for the boys. Great. Glad to hear it. Edward. Don't know him. Damn. Let's look at the timeline here. Alan got off work at 3. Molly got off work and got picked up by Alan at 7. And then presumably around that time also picked up Dave, but don't know for sure when that happened. At 8, Bill left the office and David... What? David Ross? Who is David Ross? Oh, the security guard. Okay. Parking lot attendant. David Ross went home at 8. Rod Larrick closed the store and got home by 9. At 10 p.m., like a lot happens between like 10 and 11 or so. Bill is at the Hungry Fisherman by 10. What? What? Sorry, I'm trying to... What is this word? Can anyone read my writing? I usually print fairly neatly, but frequently when I'm streaming, I'm trying to write quickly so y'all don't have to sit and watch me write for a long time. It kind of looks like it says simped, doesn't it? Yeah, Silver agrees. I don't think that's what I wrote. Oh, sipped bourbon. And talk to Sarah. Simped bourbon. Joe C. saw Doug C. in a hurry at the graveyard. Around 10 or 11, Joe C. went home. Around 11, Mike R. got back from a road trip and slept in the office. And around 10, Alan dropped off Dave at Arlington. We also have over here, these are things that happen at a vague time. Doug left home around 10:30. Fred left the movie at 11. He was at the movie theater. Thorpe took a walk near the graveyard. At a late hour, there was a sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Quote, kinda late, Mike R. saw Ed Robbins with someone near the church. Okay, let's go talk to Mike R. again. Yeah, the two P's sure looked a lot different. Mike R. is the insurance guy. Day of the murder, I went out of town on business and came back at around 11. I was too tired to drive home, so I just slept here in the office. I saw Mr. Robbins that night. No, not the victim, his father. It was kind of late, and he was walking with someone near the church. the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. He's trying to get insurance from us. I guess their fancy new Eau de Citrus perfume is a real bomb. Simped Whipsky. Yep. Cat Home Real Estate? I know him. He took out a fire protection policy. Nothing. All right, back to the timeline. At 11:30, Bill left the Hungry Fisherman and got in an argument with Brian Ayler outside the Hungry Fisherman. Other unknown time things. Alan was home before midnight. Sarah saw Thorpe near the college coming from the church. At midnight, Fred argued and fought with Bill outside the Hungry Fisherman. 1 a.m. is the estimated time of death. 2 a.m., the body was found at Arlington College by Peter Ledoux. Ledoux heard a car screeching off and thought it was Blue. Ken Scott went home and then saw Brian outside the Hungry Fisherman. This is also the time when Sarah left the Hungry Fisherman. I apparently wrote down twice that Ken saw Brian out front of the restaurant. Also, Glenn Axworthy was out past 10 a.m. But we don't know his whereabouts. Let's interrogate him some more. Maybe we'll get something new out of him. Why was the fisherman hungry? He didn't like fish. That would be a problem, wouldn't it? Glenn. No, you're not Glenn. Give me a Glenn. Went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. The day after I met Bill, he came to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. I thought Glenn was out past 2, not 10. Did I say 10? I meant 2. It is 2. That's what it says right here in my notes. I apologize if I misspoke. Let's show him some evidence. What can I tell you? I don't know. I helped carry the body. What can I tell you? I don't know. Don't know nothing about nothing. When are we going to learn about the bones? There's so many things we don't know about yet, and yet we're so close to the end. How is this all going to wrap up? God. I also, related to that, I wonder how many things aren't going to be clearly spelled out for us. Hopefully some of them. Nobody had anything to say about the bones yet. I mean, some people kind of commented on them a little bit, but nothing useful. Like there's... I want to say Thorpe. Well, let me finish with this real quick, and then we'll talk about the bones. This is all the same. Okay. Let's bring in Thorpe and ask him about the bones. Where did you get that? He says. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. What did you see there? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're just left thinking like Lost. Like there's the main mystery and then bits and pieces to put together a bunch of side plots. Yeah, like certain side plots, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get information on, but I hope some of them at least. I feel like some of them must connect to the main story. Just a question of whether or not they all do. But like even in terms of the main story, it's possible there are things that won't get explained because the game is just assuming that if we reach certain points in the game, we already understand things that happened prior to that. Just to give an example that comes to mind, like it took us a while to notice the contradiction with Shelley saying she went to the Big Burger at 6 p.m. and Alan telling us it was closed for renovations. Even though we got new dialogue from Shelley, which I think was a result of discovering that contradiction. Like her story. Yeah. If the game watched the stream, it would learn not to assume that you understand. Do you think I saw Carrington at the graveyard is enough evidence for a warrant now? That is a good point. We could try to arrest Carrington again. Based on what happened with Doug, I feel like we need more than that. Also, yeah, I was going to say, nobody said that specifically, but we kind of pieced that together on our own. I mean, Carrington said he saw Carson, and then Carson said he was at the graveyard. But he didn't specifically say that he saw Carrington there. He didn't mention that at all, in fact. All right. Let's save. We'll try it. Just read over 40. Just going to make sure nothing changed here. And here we go. What? Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. We did it, y'all. We arrested everyone. Are moments dead now? I really want to make this a moment. We still got moments, y'all. Oh no! The button's still there, but it doesn't work anymore. That's so rude. Okay. Sorry, my brain started thinking about Twitch stories, which that's sure a thing, huh? Okay. New save. 41. I can't believe we arrested everyone. Save 41. Arrested Joe fucking Carrington. 87 evidence. 100 general investigation. 63. That's up from 61 interrogation. 95 still, and 87 total. Twitch stories bother me so much. I saw your Twitch story earlier. It's pretty good. I have never used stories on any platform. They put stories in so many different platforms, and I've somehow managed to not use any of them. I've occasionally looked at other people's stories, but very, very little. And I've never made one myself. I I think everyone just tries them because I assume they're a successful vehicle for inserting ads into and getting people to just sit through them. Silver, thank you for the clip. I appreciate that very much. I'm so worried about young people who didn't grow up learning online safety, accidentally posting doxing information. Yeah. Let me just catch up on chat here. Moments exist in our hearts. Yeah, I mean, we still have our little badges and we still have our little moment clips at least. They'll be there forever, maybe. What the heck are those other than a new type of notification I get all the Yeah, like the notification they started sending out it's a lot. I don't even know if you can turn those off. I assume there's some way. But yeah, like it's pretty much, it seems like it's kind of the same thing as on other platforms. You just make a little like image or short video clip or whatever. That's what all the ones I've seen have been. It also kind of seems like they've a little bit rolled in featured clips into that. I haven't looked at it enough to make sense of it. That's just today's investigation time, Silver. We have been playing for 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 50 seconds today. Old man yells at stories. That's me. Did Twitter do stories briefly? Did they? I kind of think maybe they did, but I'm not sure if I'm just making that up. I'm glad we all hate stories here. Crearman says my cat is here. That's wonderful. I'm trying to remember your cat's name. I want to say Pepper? Is that right? I actually got 2 notifications. One saying I'm going to share a story and then check out my story. My contact with social media is like, no longer use the Twitters. YouTube has subscriptions. That's about it. I regrettably still use Twitter a fair bit. I try to keep up with Mastodon. Twitter at this point is just like, I post dumb shit. When I want to post some dumb shit, it goes on Twitter. When I want to talk about like programming or Apple related stuff, that goes on Mastodon, because like that whole like segment of colleagues moved over there. Oh, right. Fleets. Yes. Fleets. Oh, God. Fleets. Right. Everything Twitch has been doing has been so desperate. Yeah. I mean, it certainly comes off that way. Like, I mean, I get that sometimes you just need to experiment, but like the story stuff in particular, with all the fucking notifications they're sending out to everyone, like all of a sudden, like I didn't even hear about this until I started getting notifications about it. And then the notifications didn't even work because my app hadn't updated yet. I had to go in and like manually tell it to update to get the notifications to show me the stories. I thought they were just broken or something. It was all very weird. Stories seem extra parasocial on Twitch. Yeah, I could see that. Twitch has a short attention span on features that is typical of software as a service. Yeah. Unsecret Crush says, French toast, please. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. As a reminder, you will not receive anything for this other than the satisfaction of the flush. Unsecret Crush said, I guess I'm the sole story user here, only on Instagram, but I also haven't posted anything there in weeks. Adventure Josh says, I'm not judging anyone else for sure. Yeah. I mean, same here. Especially with how followers are so much more anonymous on here than other social platforms. Oh, that is a really good point. I feel like they used to show followers. Or you used to be able to see who someone follows, I think is what I'm thinking of. One of the two. I remember being able to see that information at some point. And yeah, I don't know. I guess things are complicated. I can see reasons for hiding that, but like one thing, it is Pepper. Well done. Good. One thing that I think about a lot, like I like being able to see on Twitter, like if I come across a new person, I can see who amongst the people I already follow that person, which is super useful information to have. Obviously Twitch is a super different platform, but experimenting is good. Giving up on every feature without even trying to iterate, not so good. Yeah, that's a fair criticism. So Crush says, so I haven't actually clicked on any of the notifications. What actually is a Twitch story? Like a clip? Like I've clicked on a couple and like it's just like an image or a short video or something. Good night, French toast, please. Sleep well. People who grew up on stories have no hope of solving the murder of Sleeve McDykel by the Murder Tie Club. That's true. Interacting with other accounts outside of streams seems to have been given up on. Yeah, I suppose so. +1 for stories, as I've now learned that in my absence, Robot Spacer has arrested everyone. Yes, it is true. They've all been arrested. So it's exactly like an Instagram story, but why? It is like every platform I've seen do stories is kind of the same thing. And I think why is because it's a successful vehicle for advertising. That's a little bit of an assumption on my part, but I think it's probably correct that it's a good way to push some ads in front of people. Just because, you have these short little things, so there's lots of opportunities to drop some in there. You can see followers and following if you look into it. Oh. But people don't have to provide any info about who they are on here. On Twitter and Facebook, etc., there's a higher percentage of more reciprocal sharing. Yeah. That's interesting. Like, it sounds like you're saying like that information is available. It's just not on the Twitch website. Like I've come across lots of other like sites that kind of tell you information about people on Twitch. It tells you how many people have viewed it, and it shows you if they react to it. Okay. All right. We've made such exciting progress, and then we talked about stories for 20 minutes. I guess we'll get back to the video game. Got a notification telling me specifically that one person in particular had reacted, but not for the rest. Well, I had the app open, but I have Twitch notifications turned off in general. I believe I did a laugh reaction to your story. That was the only time I experimented with reacting. I guess something like Twitter is a bit more peer-to-peer conceptually, so there's something of everyone being exposed. Yeah, but I feel like, that really depends on like the Twitter account and how much info they're putting in their profile and whether or not they're, linking to other online accounts and stuff. Like certainly a lot of people use usernames and bios that make them pretty anonymous. Got a mix of laugh and sad. Sounds about right. Any streamer on here check the reacts to their streams? I don't think I've ever seen that anywhere. I kind of think somebody said they got an email about someone's reaction. I don't know. That is a weird thing too. Oh, I do think there's maybe like an analytics thing that like shows you that info. I usually don't look at the analytics. Like maybe once every few months, I go poking around just to see if there's anything interesting at all. Everyone react right now. Yes, please do. Tell me how you feel about me talking about stories for 20 minutes in the middle of this murder game. Thank you, Hinton. I'll look it up when I take a break. How's that? I'm opening the analytics to remind me. All right. Thank you, as always, Catherine, for your encouragement. We got Joe. Let's talk to Joe. Actually, you know what? I need to pee. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay. I have not gotten any emails about reactions. And also, I realized the analytics thing is probably not available until my stream ends. So I'll have to let you know next time. Did arresting Joe happen in the last 15 minutes? No, the only thing that happened in the last 15 minutes was talking about stories, but maybe 16 minutes ago. How long do you think it will take Carrington to spill the beans about being Henry Klein? That's a really good question. I do not know. I'm very intrigued to see how this goes here. I feel like it's going to, we're going to at least have to show him all our relevant evidence, right? Pepper is purring and hugging my neck. That's adorable. Did it react to your news about the analytics? Wonderful, wonderful. All right, Joe, get in here. Oh, that's not Joe. The suspect sits down across from you. Get deposition. I don't know anything about the murder. I don't know why you brought me here in the first place. Well, let me show you my evidence. What is our evidence? I don't think he's going to have anything to say about the pistol, but let's find out. I don't know anything. How can I talk about something I don't know anything about? Probably the same for the scarf. I feel like he's got to know something about the bones, right? He's got to have something to say about it. That eye, yeah, he knows what's up with that bone. Definitely the clipping. Probably not the knife, but let's try it. Yeah. Oh, wait. I don't know anything. Don't know anything. So this longer sentence is his normal. This is an irrelevant item response. I don't know anything. That was for the knife. Is different. That's interesting. Newspaper clipping. Oh. That's his normal I don't know anything response. I'm going to talk about something I don't know anything about. Really? 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 List of members. What's that? I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with me, Joe Carrington. Really? Mr. Carson was borrowing money from Bill? That's awful. The Lee Cosmetics Company is on the brink of bankruptcy. All right, let's interrogate. In my experience, lots of people are pretty good at talking about things they know nothing about. Yes, I agree. I know you did it. I didn't kill him, and that's the truth. Why did you do it? I didn't have any motive. What did you do it with? I don't know what you were talking about. How did you do it? I didn't do it, so I don't know. The doubt button would sure come in handy in this game, definitely. Get deposition. Nothing. Okay. I think we need to find more evidence. How do we unlock the frickin' church? And especially now that we've arrested him, the empty lot area. Damn. I thought arresting him and interrogating would at least give us something. Thank you for the clip, Emmy. I agree, clips are great. Arresting him may have reset other state, though. Yeah. Yeah, like it might have unlocked new evidence or dialogue. Showing evidence more than once. I don't think we've ever seen that do anything, but I could be wrong. There is one case where we get new dialogue about evidence, but that's after we get a new deposition. Wait, didn't he say something about the IOU a minute ago? Am I misremembering? I thought he did. I remember being surprised by it. Oh, this is different. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. Okay. Good call, Dicevor. Clips would be even better if the editor didn't break all the time. I have not had any issues with that, though I edit them on my computer in a way that I know works. I generally don't take clips in the iOS app at all because I feel like I've had issues with that before. But yeah, the editor certainly isn't ideal. Oh no, Hinton, I'm sorry to hear that. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. Yeah, he did say something. Okay, Unsecret Crush agrees with me. He said something about Bill. Oh, Hinton. I'm watching this clip Emmy posted. Since I assume it is a... Oh, okay. Random access pixels. Okay. 1 million? Hinton, that's not a page. You gotta pick in the range, Hinton. Do you have another number or should I pick one at random? Or we can look at the last page of the book. Thank you for the egret, Emmy. Maybe the order you show the evidence matters. Could be. Could be. The end with ... to mean they don't want to say more. Yeah. Emmy. That's not a page either. Where's my insect book? Did I already hit the button for the bitmap book? Somebody please clip my Rudium. Good bug number then? Okay, I'll see what I can do. Just encountered another reason why Twitter trying to be X is bad. Uh-oh. Hinton, you don't have a new page for me? You get Discworld. Although several companies sought permission to turn Terry Pratchett's novels into point-and-click adventures, it was British developer Perfect Entertainment which was eventually granted permission. The game mechanics were inspired by LucasArts and Sierra Adventures, but included some frustratingly difficult puzzles. Arriving at a time when there was still a sizable market for PC adventure games, Discworld was reasonably successful upon release. However, the inclusion of Monty Python actor Eric Idle helped propel the game to cult classic status. I hate Modulo. I only learned about it this year. I was like, what the hell is this? Sonovel literally made code to help me learn it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Adventure Josh says I have a minor mechanical spoiler that is not relevant to right now, but might be eventually. I don't think I want to know that yet. But thank you for mentioning it. Oh, Culinary said just do the number of pages in the book modulo 1,000,001, and that's the page. Sure. Let's see. How does that work? How many pages are there? 525 is the last picture page. Oh, that's not doing it right. I don't know what that is. 401. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to do. I did it backwards. I was trying to do it in Spotlight. Okay, it does work. 401 it is. Ooh. Grim Fandango. I love Glottis. The demon Glottis left, and the ruthless travel agent Domino Hurley right. Just 2 of the 50 characters in Grim Fandango Manny will meet. What a good dude. Thank you, Hinton, for that redemption. Wasn't Sonneville going to play this game one day? He did play Discworld, if that's the one you meant. If you meant Grim Fandango, I don't know. It's not hard once you understand. I just never encountered it before. Yeah. Okay, 57. So this is my Golden Guide to Insects, $2.95 whenever it was purchased. Page 57. Caddisflies. They're just all over the place around here. Caddisflies include 17 families and over 200 species. The unusual larvae, so common in freshwater, are best known. These build cases of sand or plant debris, cemented together by silk. Cases built by different species are distinctive. After the adults mate in flights over the winter, the female lays several hundred eggs on submerged rocks or plants. Larvae feed on small water plants and animals, and in turn are food of many fish. Larvae pupate in the larval case. Let's get a good look at those bugs. Adult is 0.9 inches. And there's some larvae. Got scorpion fly over here. Thank you, Emmy, for redeeming that. Oh, I missed your message, Hinton. Hopefully your internet was working in time for the redemption. That's some sort of dragonfly moth hybrid. What the heck? I'm pretty sure I've seen them before. And maybe. I feel like that's a reasonable way to think of them. Yeah, Caddisfly Wing does sound like something that came up at some point. Possibly the game that came with the text adventure book, perhaps. Learning about bug diversity on Twitch, finally. Glad to do my part. All right, Joe. All insects are like, what the heck, the first time you see them. That's, yeah. All right, we're going to keep questioning. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. Bones. Knife. Janet didn't do anything. That changed also. He's cracking. He's freaking out. I think he wants to protect Janet because I do think it's true that she didn't do anything. Pistol. Nothing. What about the scarf? Nothing. Scalpel? I don't know anything. ... Did Janet know Klein? Henry Klein is the biological father of Janet and her twin brother, Dave Carrington. They were one when Henry Klein allegedly died. So they don't remember him. And there's no, like, all the photographs of him were destroyed. So I don't think they really know anything about him. I know you did it. I didn't kill him, and that's the truth. Why did you do it? I didn't have any motive. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do it, so I don't know. Still no deposition. Yes, 1-year-old. He says about the newspaper clipping. That changed too. Janet didn't do anything. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. I think we should do some more searching. I think that feels like the best bet. We're still missing, I think, 2 pieces of evidence. Yeah. I'm curious what this will turn up, but let's give it a shot. I want to go to the crime scene. Nothing. I kind of figured, like, if we ever find anything here, I feel like we'll learn something about it first. Like, it doesn't make sense that we just randomly find it. Although I guess the way this game has worked, that's probably a silly assumption. So we can't go here anymore, right? Oh! We can search here now at the real estate company. The suspect, having been arrested, is no longer here. Search for clues. You don't find anything in the room. You pull out a smoke. Looking at the cigarette, you remember your promise to quit smoking, but light it up anyway. There's no other rooms. Damn it. I was so excited. You don't find anything in the room. The fact that this exists, though, makes me think we'll find something here eventually. Maybe. No one is around. What's our most like? Oh, we should go to Carrington's house. And let's also see what she has to say. She's probably not going to react well to her husband being arrested. Alibi. Same alibi. Arson. The name of my first husband was Henry Klein. Let's ask about Joe. How can you even suggest it? My husband is not the murderer. All right, let's search. You don't find any clues. You search the room methodically, convinced that there must be something significant here. You open a zippered compartment in a suitcase in the closet. Inside, you find a case with blue contact lenses in it. Take the contact lenses. Lenses. A little bit of a typo there. Unless that's some weird, like, is that a singular? Is that the singular of no, it's lens. You put the case in your pocket. So, has Joe been using contacts to change his eye color? Or maybe when he was Henry Klein, he used contacts. We learned, at one point, Henry Klein's eye color. Brown eyes. But we never learned Joe's eye color. There was no way to, like, tell the game to look at that. Someone's pretending to have blue eyes. Guilty. Whoops. Crime Lab. Present. Contact lenses. Cosmetic blue contact lenses. They aren't prescription lenses. The user apparently has perfect vision. Interesting. Let's interrogate. Joe. The suspect sits down across from you. I don't know. What about the color of my eyes? Interrogate. Nothing. Nothing. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. I don't know anything. How can I talk about something I don't know anything about? He looks so evil. He's just got like a very sinister look on his face. Scalpel. I don't know anything. Newspaper clipping. Bones. I always say that when I'm looking at some bones. Janet didn't do anything. Damn it. Tough nut to crack. Had instant dislike of him however many weeks ago the first stream was. This is the 10th stream. 10 weeks. He looks less angry here? It's the same sprite, though. It's the identical drawing. Maybe it's the environment makes him look less creepy somehow. Don't reflect on the passing of time. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. Damn. Let's do a quick save. I want to see how our progress is doing here. 42. Oops. I'm going to try that again. I'm going to actually enter a file name this time. 93. So I think we just have one item left. $93, $100, $75, $96, $91. We're super close on vital information. We've had... Interrogation has gone from 63 to 75, huge increase. Vital information went up 1 point, 95 to 96. And total went from 87 to 91. That's a pretty decent increase as well. Do the lenses have DNA on them or something? This is in 86. DNA evidence was not really used until 87, if I remember correctly. So that's not a thing happening here. Show them to his wife. Yeah. Contact lenses. And it's interesting that it's spelled correctly here, but incorrectly everywhere else. I don't know. Nobody here wears contact lenses. Yeah, blood type, but not eye color. Oh, you were comparing that to DNA. Yeah. Did you read the message on your progress screen? Damn it, I didn't. Was it different? Often there's like messages like the one here that I just overlook because I'm expecting them to be the same. Okay, JB, now you have a good idea who the murderer is. Get your evidence together and nail him to the wall. We're so close. What if I'm wrong about there being additional scenes in the lot in the church? At this point, I kind of wonder if I am. It's weird that this guy already knows. This game is very generous in what it thinks we know. Yeah. I mean... At this point, I think my top suspect is Joe Carrington / Henry Klein. But there's still so much about it that doesn't make sense to me. And again, I'm really curious how much they're going to spell out for us. Let's go back. We found like the lenses at his home. So let's search here again. Nothing. Let's try the crime scene again. Oops. Since we're on our last piece of evidence, if we ever find anything here, it's going to be now. No. Jim Walls would approve of finding the evidence to nail him to the wall. I don't think you checked the other rooms after you found the lenses. That's a good point. So that was in Joe and Martha's room that we found the lenses. Now I can't spell lenses. Hello, where's Mason? Good to see you. Dave's room. Nope. Don't find anything. Janet's room. Nothing. Guest bedroom. Nothing. Kitchen. Kitchen is a kitchen. Nothing. I think we should continue searching. I'm trying to think of what makes the most sense. I don't know that there's anywhere I feel especially strongly about. Let's try the cemetery again. Nothing. Let's talk to this guy while we're here. What do you think about Joe? I heard he was arrested. Who else could we ask about Joe? Still advocate for science? What kind of science are you suggesting? We're just a cop. I don't know that we can do that. Oh, did we not? No, we took the lenses to the crime lab. Yeah, we did. He just told us that they're blue in art prescription. The library? All right. Nothing new. Nothing new. Let's bring in Dave. Let's show everybody the lens to see. No idea what you're talking about. Don't know anything about it. Means nothing to me. I have no idea what this is about. Janet. I don't know anything about it. Did we show everybody the IOU? I can't remember if I went through the whole list. Dave. We started with Dave, didn't we? Steven. I don't know anything, but he always says that. Susie. I just don't know. Shelley. Please believe me, I don't know. Russell. What do you want from me? I don't know what to tell you. Brian. He's not going to say anything. And Glenn. Same. How many crimes happened so far? Just the murder? That's a great question. Definitely not just the murder. A car was stolen. A knife was stolen. Those are for sure crimes. 20 years ago, there was embezzlement. It's possible there were murders 20 years ago, but I don't think we have solid evidence on that at this point. It's possible there were one or more murders 20 years ago. I assume there's some sort of crime around faking a death and faking a identity. But I don't know what either of those would be called. Oh yeah, there is also sexual assault that was fairly recent. I think a few years ago. One person accidentally got shot. That is correct. I don't know if that would be any sort of crime. Suspect shirt is a crime. It's certainly interesting. I would love to talk to the person that drew this art and just ask them to draw or describe in higher detail what is being conveyed here. I'll be honest, I don't know, maybe I just looked at it so much, but I kind of like it. It's kind of interesting. I don't know that I would necessarily wear it myself, but it's interesting. Planting evidence. Probably. JPEG compression artifacting. For some reason, that was very hard for me to say. Looks like it might be a map. Yeah, I think that a lot too. Like it looks like some kind of weird camo, but it also kind of looks like a map. Yeah. Show the artist a VGA image and their eyes would explode. Good luck with feeding yourself. Thank you. We can do this. We can do this tonight. I won't go past 3 at the absolute latest, but I'm determined to do this because we're so close. Perhaps he's wearing it inside out. Maybe. Let's go back to Joe. Well, let's go back to Doug. I almost called him Jug.
Hello.
Hello, Dicevor. Thank you, Res Mason. Deposition. I borrowed money from Bill. I had no choice, etc., etc. Waited at a designated meeting place for over an hour. He never showed. Jug Jarson. I didn't. I'm innocent. Okay, that's the same. Saying that Bill lent the money because he knew it wouldn't get repaid. He just wanted to take over the company. So wait, what would... Do we actually have any motive for Joe? There's so much to keep track of. I'm failing at it spectacularly, I think. Do we have any real motive for Joe having done this? Oh, right. We think pretty strongly that Bill may have, or was at least trying to, figure out what really happened to Henry Klein. We know that Glenn Axworthy was in town trying to learn about Henry Klein for whatever reason. He went to the Robbins Trading Company. He was trying to get a meeting with Edward, but he was taken to see Bill instead. And Bill was very interested in learning about Henry Klein, so much that the next day Bill went to the hotel to talk to Glenn Axworthy again and learn more about Henry Klein. What if Bill was blackmailing Joe? I feel like that could make sense with what we know about Bill. Like, obviously, anyone knowing about this fake identity is a threat to Joe. But I feel like a threat of blackmail specifically helps kind of make it all add up better. It would be a pretty Bill thing to do. Yeah, like, you know, he's CEO of the Robbins Trading Company at the time of his death. But, you know, his past kind of suggests that maybe he doesn't want to be there. And we know he's not really a fan of Edward. He's always trying to make his life miserable. So I kind of got the impression that, you know, Bill's current life is maybe not the one he wants necessarily. That he'd rather start his own business or, you know, whatever. Did Edward have any comment on the contacts? I always thought he had something to do with the death faking. I think we went through everyone, but I don't think anyone else had a comment. Henry Klein had brown eyes. Did I just skip him? We know that already, but it is useful that he commented on it. That's the same. Did Carson borrow money from Bill? Still the same. Joe Carrington. Wait. So they're blue contacts. It's so annoying that there's clearly important eye color based stuff, and that there's no way to like find out what anybody's eye color is. I don't understand why they didn't just put that in the list of like questions, like basic facts you can ask about. But if these are blue contact lenses, we now have two sources saying that Henry Klein had brown eyes. I guess if Joe has blue eyes, then these could be a spare set of contacts, which it does make sense to have a spare if he's hiding his identity. But we still have no way to... Let's show him the contacts again. They're mine. To tell you the truth, my eyes are... Yes? Brown? Sir? I didn't kill him, and that's the truth. Didn't have any motive. I didn't do it, so I don't know. Damn it, Joe. We're so close. Thank you, Rose Mason. That is very helpful. Adventure Josh says, investigation games are so easy to overlook stuff. This is why I like doing Trail of Cthulhu tabletop for investigations. If you're barking up some random alley, the game runner can find ways to lead you to interesting stuff. That is cool. Green Gang. I never know what to call my eye color. They're, like people used to tell me they were blue. Which isn't necessarily wrong. They got like yellow specks in them. They're not like bright blue. Sometimes they look kind of greenish. Sometimes they look kind of grayish. Kind of grayish. Yeah. They're just eyes. What next? So let's go back to talk to... Dang it. Contact lenses. I don't know. Nobody here wears contact lenses. So she's still not admitting to it. Like, I feel like she has to know. She has to be in on it. In high school, my friend said one was blue and one was green, but I never really saw it. Interesting. Mine are bluish grayish, and one time an eye doctor went on and on about the tissue that causes that color. Apparently they're not very good at seeing. Her necklace is the blue version of the game's border. Yeah, I suppose it kind of is. Let's ask about... Yeah, we know about Henry Klein. Damn it. Let's search here again while we're here. Nothing. Let's search everywhere again real quick. It's a pretty quick process. Let's talk to her real quick. Oh. Wait. So I just at one point we had this idea that possibly Bill and Janet had the same parents and just didn't know it. I guess we don't know for sure that that isn't the case, but I don't think it is. Because we learn more about Bill's actual parents that suggested they're just different people that never have come up in any other context. So yeah, I don't think that's the case. I still don't quite understand what Janet was sobbing about. And I just had the thought that, oh, maybe she learned about... Well, I guess if she learned that Henry Klein is actually Joe Carrington from Bill, well, that's plenty of reason to be upset. Because, like... You know, she's insisting everything is going to be okay, but like there's a real good chance that that's not going to turn out okay. Especially if Bill is planning to blackmail him or something. And then there's the life insurance policy. That was taken out a month ago. I guess like it's maybe Janet was thinking about murdering him. It seems like a lot of people kind of wanted to. They just didn't get the chance. Is he the scoundrel? Nothing. 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 Death card. Nothing. Nothing. Think Brisket isn't telling the whole truth? How could you accuse Brisket? Brisket is innocent. Feel like it's still about showing Joe the evidence in the right order. I mean, it could be. Oh. I just remembered how Adventure Josh did mention a game mechanic that we may not understand yet. I'm just thinking about that in relation to Dizevor's comment. Why is Brisket involved? I don't know. Ask Res Mason. Can cats wear contact lenses? That's a good question. Oh, Silver. As much as I want to see your eventual success tonight, I must vanish. Have a rad night, all. Thank you, Silver. Sleep well. And also, I'll take a moment to mention our Saturday plans. This Saturday, that message has the wrong date, but on the 21st, this Saturday, we will continue our playthrough of At Dead of Night, which was a lot of fun. It's an FMV horror game from the developers of Contradiction Spot the Liar, which is another well-known and well-regarded FMV game. We've been exploring a creepy hotel and trying to find bits of evidence and talk to ghosts and kind of piece together a story. And I can't wait to play more. Getting elevator jump scared by small girl ghosts. Yes, that too. Good night, Silver. Someone has to play Suika game and ask, have you tried the spirit box outside of room number in my honor? You too, Silver. All right. We're leaving here, not going in. Searching. That was Robbins. We'll do Carson's again. Let's stop and talk to Kate real quick. Is Silver an actual AI? Yeah. Sentient AI. Started out as a game testing program. Home the whole evening. Joe. Haven't talked to Janet's father much. It's probably because the few times we've met, he had nothing to say, which doesn't make for great conversation. Judy. Don't remember much about it. Let's search. Nothing. Just some tacky dresses. Nothing. 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 All right. Let's experiment a little here. Let's save the game real quick. Just use the same. 9,376. We got another interrogation point. 96, 91. I think you missed some houses. Yeah, I think I just kind of gave up, but I guess we can do it to make sure. It's worth being thorough. Where did I stop? Did I do Carson's? Yeah, we just did Carson's. I mean, we know there's still one piece of evidence left. I was kind of thinking to myself, I didn't voice my thought process out loud, but like most of these places like just no longer seem very relevant. Like I feel like whatever evidence we find at this point is going to have some connection to Joe. Which I guess, anyone that's in the Red Tie Club could be a possibility there. So that gives us a lot of places worth searching. On the desk near the windowsill is a curious old photograph. This is in Susie's room. Is it a picture of Henry Klein? Take photo. You put the picture in your pocket and continue your search. Crime lab. Hey, JB, if you need any help from the lab, just give me a call and I'll take care of it. Please analyze this photo, Charlie. It's an old photograph of a small girl standing between two men. The man on the left is using crutches. I think I might be right. At one point, so we have some bones, and the owner of the bones was shot in the leg at some point. At first, our assumption was, this was related to their death or something. But at some point, I suggested a theory that maybe this is like a war injury or, something that happened well before their death. And I think this might be evidence of that. So, let's look at the bones again. The man these bones belong to was shot through the right leg. So, if this photo is of Robert McNally, Susie's dad, we did find the photo in her room, and it looks like he has an injury in his right leg. This is very strong evidence that the bones in Henry Klein's grave were Robert McNally's bones. You needed the crime lab to tell you this. I mean, it's just kind of the mechanic of looking at evidence. I don't mind it. Perhaps he has a hole in his bone. Exactly. Susie the doctor's adopted daughter / employee. Yeah. So Susie's dad died 20 years ago. And then shortly after, her mom died. And Dr. Stephen Beckert took her in at that point and has raised her since then. My assumption was always that Beckert felt some sort of guilt over what happened with her parents. It's still kind of unclear whether Robert McNally was intentionally killed or just happened to die at a convenient time. But he did die very shortly before a body was placed in Henry Klein's house, and then the house was set on fire by Glenn Axworthy at the request of Edward Robbins. I have a photo to show all your suspects to make them sweat. Exactly. That makes two red tie club dudes who took in a child after a business acquaintance's death. Yeah. The other one being Edward Robbins, who adopted Bill Robbins. The backstory there is basically Edward destroyed his biological parents' business. Not really given any details on that, but they took that very hard and allegedly both killed themselves. Okay. Let's save. Look at that. 100 collecting evidence. You love to see it. 100, 76, 97 vital information, and 92 total investigation. Star Pupil Robot Spacer. Thank you, Ritz Mason. Okay, let's interrogate. Who is the other man in this photo? I want to think about this before we proceed. My assumption is that the girl is Susie and that the man on crutches is her dad. So Stephen Beckert is probably the most likely bet for the other person. Right. We do have Susie here as well. Yeah. Let's talk to Susie first. Photo. The man on the left with the crutches is my father. He hurt his leg during the war. I'm the one in the middle. My mother said that the man on the right was a friend of my father's. Okay. So it's not. Oh. I bet it is Henry Klein. Show her dad's phone. I mean, she doesn't recognize it. I just don't know. The man on the left with the crutches is my father. He hurt his leg during the war. So we don't know which leg. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. But that's still pretty good.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. And you're welcome. It's true that I was having an affair with Bill. Okay, this is the same. Bill was bad. All right, let's talk to... Well, let's see what Stephen Beckert says about it. I'm curious. That's one of the few pictures we have of Susie's father. The man next to him is... ... I remain convinced that this is Henry Klein / Joe Carrington, but we'll continue. Let's see, Thorpe and Robbins, and then we'll do Joe. We'll go through all the Red Tie Club members. So it's a photo. I don't know any of those people. Bullshit. Edward Robbins. I don't know. Buddy, I think you do know. Henry Klein had brown eyes. The Liberty Bank incident was the Red Tie Club's. No, that. How do you summon Slavs to your stream? I don't know. Perhaps Casual Slav can let us know. Don't leave your house without your badge, firearm, and dad skeleton. Good advice, yes. Realize this murder club, but Jesus Christ, you're carrying around a dad skeleton next to your wallet, keys, and phone. All right, let's try Joe. Are you saying that there's something wrong here? Let's interrogate. I know you did it. I didn't kill him, and that's the truth. I didn't have any motive. Okay, so he keeps saying he doesn't have any motive. We need to present evidence of his motive. Fuck, how do we do that? The motive we have is that A, he is Henry Klein. B, Bill found that out. And C, was planning to do something about it. You were told you had to make your bones as a detective and you take your responsibilities seriously. Let's continue interrogating. Didn't do it, so I don't know. Ah, yes, a deposition. It's true that Bill and I argued about selling the land for the parking lot. Bill used Janet to get his slimy hands on that piece of land. He stole it from me. Really? So yes, I fought with Bill over that. Do you blame me? But neither I nor anyone in my family had anything to do with Bill's murder. Okay, now that we have a deposition, we can go over the evidence again and possibly get some more info. I feel like he had some comment on the knife. Right, Janet didn't do anything. You saying there's something wrong here? They're mine. To tell you the truth, my eyes are... I don't know anything. It's awful. The Lee Cosmetics Company is on the brink of bankruptcy. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. I know you did it. I swear I didn't do anything. Why did you do it? Do what? What did you do it with? For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about. How did you do it? Back off, detective. Let's talk to Edward some more. I don't know. Man, he's gotta tell us more at some point, right? What can we do to he has to know more than what he's told us, and there's so many things where he gives us a vague answer. Damn. What about the body driver? You mean Axworthy? Yeah. Oh, the photo. Right. We should show him the photo. That man. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Is that Henry Klein? He would know. He might not necessarily know what Henry Klein looks like, but if he recognizes the man on crutches as the body he took into Henry Klein's house, then we know that wasn't Henry Klein's body. So there's got to be some way to get more out of him here. 20 years ago, I carried the body to Henry Klein's house and then set fire to the house. I did it because Edward Robbins asked me to. I didn't do anything else. Please believe me, I didn't kill anybody. Went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. We should ask, at the very least, Martha Carrington about the photo. There's got to be people we can ask about the photo that we don't have arrested. The day after I met Bill, he came to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. No photo? Oh, come on. That's just rude. Talk to Janet. Sure. It's just that, well, I guess, I mean, Henry Klein's kids were only one when he died. Yeah, I don't know. It's worth seeing how they react. Let's start with Dave. I have no idea what you're talking about. The man on the right sort of reminds me of my dead father. My mother showed me a picture of him a long time ago. The man on the right. I'm pretty sure that's the man that Susie said was her father. Shit. I showed that picture to Bill once, and he told me my father was used as a replacement. I never could figure out what he meant. I'm pissed I didn't write it down, but I'm pretty sure she said on the right. But this backs up what we thought. I thought Susie said the man on the left. Okay. I guess it's possible Henry Klein changed his appearance. Like, he's wearing Joe's wearing contacts. My assumption has been that Joe looks a lot like Henry Klein, but maybe he changes appearance enough that it's not completely obvious unless you're looking closely that they're the same person. This confirms Bill knew Klein wasn't in the burning house. Yeah, I'm really curious when this happened, because Bill didn't learn about Henry Klein until pretty recently, right? In the past 3 weeks. I don't know if we ever got more specific than that. Okay. Let's ask her about it again. Okay. Bill talked to me about the Liberty Bank incident. He thought that maybe my father had been the victim of some diabolical plot. He vowed to uncover it. When I asked Stephen about it, he got angry and nervous and said that was ridiculous. I tried to stop Bill. I figured what's done is done. Why dig up the past? If I'd been able to convince him not to pursue it, this awful thing would never have happened. All right, let's talk to Stephen now. Robert McNally was a friend of Henry Klein's. He came to this town 20 years ago because Klein was here. Oh. Somehow, I had a feeling that there was something going on between Bill and Susie. I wanted nothing but happiness for Susie, so I wanted her to stop seeing Bill. I knew he was no good for her. Still, I didn't have any reason to kill Bill. I save lives. I don't take them. What kind of man would I be if I killed Bill? Those are Robert McNally's bones. So, that's definitive now. We haven't yet gotten 100% confirmation that Joe Carrington is Henry Klein. This doesn't make it 100% clear, but it seems to suggest pretty strongly that the other man in the photo is Henry Klein. Let's go back to Susie real quick. Just don't know. Okay, let's try Thorpe. So, it's a photo. Don't know any of those people. Don't know anything. What do you want from me? I don't know what to tell you. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. Okay, so we, for a while, were unsure exactly what happened at the graveyard, why all the Red Tie Club guys were there. But we now know that God, who was Bill meeting at the graveyard? God, I might be getting a little too tired for full brain thinking. Doug, thank you. Yeah. So he was supposed to meet Doug, and somehow the Red Tie Club guys knew about that. And they knew that Bill had learned about the truth about Henry Klein. So they went to the graveyard, killed Bill, and then brought his body to Arlington College. And that fits up with various stories we've heard. In the car that Bill had stolen, the car thing doesn't 100% add up. I mean, they dumped the body into a different car. Why did Bill have the car stolen? Shit. Let's talk to Brian Ayler more. Doesn't know anything about the photo. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get more out of him. It seems important. I guess there's a very big question mark of why Bill had that stolen. But it's possible he drove the car to the graveyard. Yeah, it could totally be a red herring. Let's go. I'm just curious. Let's go search the crime scene. Okay. Still nothing. I mean, we've got 100% on evidence now, but there have, we've had 100% on the, whatever the second one is called for a long time, but we've still unlocked new dialogue that you get from questioning people. So I don't know that necessarily means there's nothing else to find. Who else could we... Is there anyone we could show the photo to? Who would be the most likely person? Probably not Michael. Oh, we can ask him about the IOU. Oh, right. We've done that. I forgot. Home real estate. Let's search here again real quick. Why not? Gaslight movie theater. Hungry Fisherman. And then the other thing I keep thinking about, Bank Guy. Bank Guy knew Henry Klein. Yes, thank you. Is that we still haven't learned anything. We haven't learned very much about Sarah Shields' assault, but it's possible there's not any more to it than what we have already learned. I think mostly it's just another person who had reason to kill Bill. No photo. If it doesn't show up for this guy, I feel like it must not show up for anybody. You're kidding. Is he the murderer? It's 2:30. We're so close. We're so close. I'll just save over 43. 100 vital information? What? What am I missing? Interrogation is only 86. So I must be missing just going through talking to the people we've arrested in the right order. So I think we just need to do that and then we'll be done. Oh, so close, so close, so close. Thank you for the hype. I need another pee break. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Efton, hello. Vital information 100. What am I missing? Um, is that a question, or are you are you imitating me? Although I don't know why I said hello to you. It just came out of me. I know you've been here the whole time. Okay. Oh, I haven't been looking at Judd's message. Has it been the same as the last one we got? Yeah, okay. He still wants us to nail him to the wall. You're recording me. Okay, I thought so. It just took me a second to realize it. Interrogation. I'm just trying to decide if we should just go straight to Joe. We'll start with Joe. If we don't get there, we'll try some other folks. Let's check his deposition. It's true that Bill and I argued about selling the land for the parking lot. Bill used Janet to get his slimy hands on that piece of land. He stole it from me. So yes, I fought with Bill over that. Do you blame me? But neither I nor anyone in my family had anything to do with Bill's murder. I will say, I do think it is possible that that is, well, sort of true. Like, I feel like it's possible that any of the Red Tie Club members, or maybe even all of them, were the ones that, committed the murder. He keeps focusing on his family. I mean, I think he knows that his kids are suspects and is trying to protect them. Although that doesn't necessarily mean they weren't involved. Well, the timing of, like, Glenn Axworthy has been in town for 3 weeks. The life insurance policy was taken out a month ago. So I'm pretty sure the life insurance policy was taken out before Bill had any idea about this situation with Henry Klein. So my assumption at this point is that that did not have anything to do with the actual murder. I do still wonder what's the deal with Dave, and specifically his whole how to commit the perfect crime paper. I mean, maybe that's just a weird little detail that doesn't really have anything to do directly with the crimes happening here. And maybe that just kind of gives him a reason to be around after the murder takes place. I do feel like there's a lot in here that's there to intentionally mislead you. I learned it from watching you, Dad. All right, let's present some more evidence. I'm going to go through most of these things, but not all of them. This is new. It's quite normal for a wealthy man to have a large insurance policy benefiting his wife. What's wrong with that? You can't suspect Janet. That's going too far. Letter. No. Kind of figured. Oops. Pistol. Okay. Scarf. Probably nothing. Knife. Janet didn't do anything. It's interesting that he can't be any more defensive about the knife than saying Janet didn't do anything. Regarding the knife, we found the knife in Bill and Janet's home in the kitchen with blood on it. Type AB blood. What if Janet did do it? Like, if Joe's so protective of his kids and Janet killed Bill, or at least stabbed him, seriously injured him, then I could see Joe either finishing the job or going out of his way to make it look like something else happened. And then maybe he got his Red Tie Club buddies to help with that. It seems possible. We still haven't gotten a lot of information out of Janet. She's been not very forthcoming. All right, let's continue with evidence here, but if we don't get anywhere, we'll go directly to Janet, I think. I don't know. I don't know him. That's a new response. I'm pretty sure. Bones. They're mine. To tell you the truth, my eyes are... ... Brown? Are they brown? I don't know anything. I am still thinking about the possibility of needing to present evidence in a very specific order. I guess let's experiment with that a little bit. So we'll start with a newspaper clipping. This newspaper clipping is about the embezzlement specifically. So then what's kind of the next? The photo, and then the bones, and then the contacts? I don't know. And then there's still, the scalpel is still standing out as an interesting thing. Like, I definitely have not let go of the theory that the scalpel was used to make the cause of death look different than it actually was. Let's do the interrogation process with him just to be sure. Let's talk to Janet. I signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one. It wasn't my idea. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. It's true that we didn't have the easiest of marriages. It was rocky at times, but I love Bill all the same. I certainly didn't kill him. There's no way I could have killed him. Photo. The man on the right sort of reminds me of my dead father. My mother showed me a picture of him a long time ago. Contact lenses. Don't know anything about it. Bones. Don't know anything. Scalpel. Oh, the knife. The knife. The knife. Yes. I wasn't thinking clearly. I could only picture Bill and that girl. And before I knew it, I was in front of the store. So she stole the knife. Which girl? Oh, sorry. She is referring to Susie. Bill was having an affair with Susie at the time he was murdered. It seems like it had been going on for a while. Also worth noting that he and Janet had only been married for 6 months. I feel like it's kind of suggested that he was cheating on her constantly. But yeah, he was definitely seeing her for quite a while. We found at one point Janet was away and Susie dropped an earring that Fred had given to her in their bedroom, in Bill and Janet's bedroom. And Susie would wear a wig to disguise herself when she went out with Bill so that she would look like Bill's secretary, Shelley. And Joe thinks he married her just for the parking lot land. Right, I forgot about that comment. I meant to think more about that comment. I mean, that's probably true, right? How did we get that dialogue? I've stopped writing stuff down because I guess mostly because I'm excited when it comes down to it, but also it seems like we're so close that it's not worth writing everything down, even though it has sometimes been a bad decision on my part. Was that in his deposition? Okay, yeah. It's true that Bill and I argued about selling the land for the parking lot. Bill used Janet to get his slimy hands on that piece of land. He stole it from me. But, like, how? How did he use her? I feel like that doesn't make sense with what we know. So yes, I fought with Bill over that. Do you blame me? But neither I nor anyone in my family had anything to do with Bill's murder. Okay, let's go back to Janet. Bill and I were having problems, so I spent a few nights at my parents' house. I'm sure that Bill had that woman over when I was away. The bimbo probably dropped them. It's Bill's life insurance policy. I wasn't thinking clearly. I could only picture Bill and that girl, and before I knew it, I was in front of the store. So, like, she's admitted to taking the knife, but not yet to having done anything with it. Um, but we know it had type AB blood on it. It could be Joe Carrington's blood, which is interesting to consider. I can't really come up with a scenario for that. Stephen Beckert never told us his blood type. He refused to answer, I believe. Edward Robbins also would not answer this question. It's worth considering that we don't know Sarah's blood type. Dave Carrington, we know, has AB blood. We should talk to Dave more. Glenn Axworthy also has AB blood. We'll continue going through this evidence here. I do feel like this point of the game, there's just a lot of asking the right questions to the right people in the right order out of all the people you've arrested. So she's just continuing to blame Susie. I guess if the knife was in their house, it's possible that someone else used the knife to stab him. Like, we know the knife was stolen 2 to 3 days before the murder. So it was probably sitting around somewhere before the murder took place. Let's talk to Dave. I didn't do it, honest. Bill was a terrible man. My sister Janet was just one of his victims. We didn't do anything. Shelley didn't do anything. She used her scarf as a bandage when I accidentally got shot. It's interesting that he doesn't recognize the photo at all. I mean, I assume we're meant to just assume that he never saw a photo of his dad like Janet did. He doesn't have a lot to say about anything, huh? The more stuff I heard about Bill from Shelley, the more I felt something had to be done about him. I even thought about killing him, but somebody beat me to it. Didn't do it, honest. Let's talk to Shelley some more. It's absolutely true. Dave convinced me to stop thinking about killing Bill. I didn't kill Bill, honest. I'm telling the truth. I did not kill Bill. My only sister Dorothy married Bill Robbins in New York. It was an unhappy marriage. Bill killed her as sure as if he'd pulled the trigger himself. That's why I wanted to kill Bill Robbins with that gun. I was going to kill Bill, but Dave wrestled the gun away from me. As we were struggling, a shot went off and hit him. The bloodstains on the scarf are his. Please believe me, I don't know. We should ask. I feel like we still haven't gotten any real information on the scalpel. So we need to ask mainly Beckert and possibly Susie about that again. There's got to be something more we can get about that. She's sticking to her story that she couldn't go through with killing Bill. Beckert. Scalpel. Don't know anything, but yeah, that's his generic response that suggests he really doesn't have any comment on it. Robert McNally was a friend of Henry Klein's. He came to this town 20 years ago because Klein was here. I don't know what to make of that. Like, why though? Man. What are we missing? That. It wasn't me. It was... He was killed with a scalpel, but I didn't do it. Who did? All I can think of that makes sense is Susie. I mean, she said she knew Bill was bad, but I really haven't suspected her. I can't think of who else could make sense, though. And it does make sense if Susie did it with the scalpel. It makes sense that he would have hid that scalpel to protect her. Henry? Oh, did Henry do it with the scalpel? I mean, I guess that's possible. Robert McNally died 20 years ago when I was working at the college's medical center. We needed a body to pass for Henry Klein's, and we used his. I still feel terrible about that. So Robert McNally wasn't killed. It just happened to be a convenient body to use. To make up for what we did to Mr. McNally, I promised myself I'd take care of Susie. I knew Bill would humiliate and destroy her. I couldn't allow that. So I took my scalpel and went to the graveyard to kill that bastard. But I wasn't the one who used the scalpel. Okay. Everybody got a hand on that basketball. Indeed. It gets pretty technical. Yeah. I feel like we got to be back to Henry Klein / Joe Carrington. I mean, he even said, you know, he's talking about Henry here when we ask how he did it. No further info. Everyone had a big fight to see who would get to kill Bill. All right. So he went to the cemetery with the scalpel, planning to kill Bill. Who else was at the cemetery? We had Thorpe, Doug Carson. I buy Doug Carson's story. So we have Carrington, Edward Robbins, and Russell Thorpe also at the cemetery. Okay, so he has no comment on the scalpel still in the photo. He's continued to give us not a lot of information. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. Those are not Henry Klein's bones. Did he say that before? I think he just said about the bones before. Plan to embezzle money from the Liberty Bank was thought up and executed by the members of the Red Tie Club. I don't think he admitted to that before either. Bill found out about our secret when he talked with Axworthy. He thought that we were hiding the embezzled money, and he threatened to reveal everything unless... He was standing in front of Klein's grave, staring at us with contempt. I hated him at that moment, but I never thought of killing him. It was that creep, Henry Klein, who killed Bill. The suspect sits down across from you. I don't know anything. They're mine. To tell you the truth, my eyes are. I don't know anything. How can I talk about something I don't know anything about? I know you did it. I swear I didn't do anything. Why did you do it? Do what? What did you do it with? For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about. How did you do it? Back off, detective. We're so close. Might have to go round up the others before going at them directly. The other Red Tie Club members. Yeah, that might make sense. We get all of them to pin it on him. Let's go back to Beckert. Scalpel. Those are Robert McNally's bones. We're not getting anything new out of him. Man. This fucking game. That, he's still saying the same stuff here. He was killed with a scalpel, but I didn't do it. Henry. He's so close to saying it. And I don't know if we can get him to actually say it. I don't know what we would do that we haven't already tried. Let's go back to Thorpe. We still haven't gotten much of anything about Thorpe. Someone needs to say Joe is Henry. That is a good point. That is a very good point. So that could be any of the Red Tie Club members. That makes the most sense. Is it at all possible we need to go talk to someone that hasn't been arrested? I really don't know. Also, damn it, it's 3. Like, at this point, I'm just gonna, like, I don't care how long it takes. I'm going until we're done. I mean, maybe a little bit within reason, but we gotta be super close. 44. Look at that. Look at that. Ugh. 100. What is 86? We're up to 90 now. 100. 97. God, we've only got one additional point on total. We're so close. 24-hour stream hype. Little does he know it'll take 2 hours to get that last 10%. Like, I mean, that's totally possible, but I feel like if I save this for another stream, it's going to be such a, like, nothing stream. It'll be way more satisfying to just keep going until we get it. No. Interrogation. Okay, let's talk to Thorpe. So he was killed with a scalpel. Then what's the deal with the knife? Whose blood was on the knife? Like, is that just a complete red herring and we'll never know? How do we get this guy to admit anything? Bill was sure that we killed McNally. He said the Red Tie Club should have been called the Murder Club. They'd said the thing. I know you did it. Did what? I don't appreciate being accused of murder. I didn't do it with anything because I didn't kill him. What more can I say? I didn't do it. I'll admit that Bill called us and asked us to meet him at Downs Hill Cemetery. Bill was going to turn us in expose our 20-year-old crime unless we gave him the money we'd stashed away. It was Henry Klein who stabbed Bill in the back. I love how everyone just keeps saying Henry Klein. The game is being so cruel to us. With the weak stab like a woman, apparently. Someone put blood on the knife to deflect. I mean, maybe, but I can't think of a good reason for that. It could be that someone just like accidentally cut themselves, or is it possible that Janet was trying to protect herself from someone? Maybe Bill was trying to use it as protection. So a thing that was interesting to me here about his deposition is that we already knew that Bill was going to meet Doug Carson at the cemetery. So he also arranged to meet all the Red Tie Club members at the same time? Or nearish to the same time? In the same place? Like, I guess you could say it was doing that out of convenience, but it seems a little bit weird, right? Maybe Janet stumbled on the scene of the crime with her knife and got blood on it? I feel like there's been no evidence that she would have gone to the cemetery. But blood from the scarf could have been placed on the knife. That doesn't really add up to me either. We found the scarf at Shelley's house. And Shelley and Dave both gave the same story, that Dave tried to wrestle the gun away from Shelley. It went off. Dave got shot. And then the scarf was used as a bandage. And then we found it at her house, where we assume this all took place. So I don't think that blood getting on the knife makes sense to me. Red Tie Club. Maybe the Red Tie Club has their weekly meetings at the cemetery. Could be. It was Henry Klein who stabbed Bill in the back. Okay, so will he say any more about this stuff now? No. Of course not. All right. We still need someone to say that Henry Klein is Joe Carrington. It's my assumption. I mean, we could try just going straight back to Joe, but I feel like there's got to be... Let's try Janet again, to see if we can get anything new out of her. Yeah, I don't know. The more I think about it, maybe Joe is the only one that can tell us that. Like, I feel like the only other person that could say definitively, well, I mean, obviously the Red Tie Club members, but they just keep calling him Henry Klein. Martha Carrington would know, but without being able to interrogate her, I can't imagine she would confess to that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, she just sort of remembers what her father looked like. And that's from a photo even. Could only picture Bill and that girl, and before I knew it, I was in front of the store. All right, let's try Joe. Show evidence. Scalpel. I don't know anything. Newspaper clipping. Photo. I don't know. I don't know him. Knife. Janet didn't do anything. This comment suggests that he knew that Janet took this knife. I mean, it could, like, it's hard to tell with the way everything is presented. Like, you know, maybe we told him that this is a murder weapon and where it was found. But, like, it seems a little bit odd that he would know that Janet stole the knife and that it was suspected as a possible murder weapon. I don't know. They're mine. To tell you the truth, my eyes are. Maybe we should talk to Doug Carson more. The man called Henry Klein. I just had the thought that what if, I don't know if this makes sense, but what if Henry Klein was still alive, but no longer is? I'm trying to think, is there any way this adds up? What if, like, we had this idea for a little while. I had this idea for a little while. I'm not going to blame anyone else for this. I had this idea that maybe Bill is not dead. I don't know if this adds up at all. No, I don't think it makes sense with what we've been told so far. But the idea I had was something along the lines of Henry Klein tried to kill Bill, stopped for some reason, and then everyone decides to kill Henry Klein instead, and then they can cash in on Bill's insurance money and split it amongst themselves. Which seems possible, but I don't think it quite adds up. So I think our initial assumption that he's just bullshitting us here is probably, you're all guilty, is probably correct. But how can we get to the truth of this? For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about. Back off, detective. Let's go back to Glenn. Thank you, Glenn Axworthy. I took the body of the man on the left to Henry Klein's house. That's still not what we need, though. I'm pretty sure that's new, but it's not what we need. For a second, I thought it was. Damn it. Ooh, I came here because my business in Hawaii failed, and I thought Edward Robbins would help me. I was hoping he'd lend me some money. Bill promised he'd give me money when I told him everything I knew, but he lied. He left me in a jam. I couldn't even pay for my hotel room. I was mad, sure, but if I'd have murdered him, I'd had no chance of getting my money. I love that literally everyone in this fucking game has a reason to murder Bill. And a desire, even. Oh, yeah, we showed him the photo. I'm pretty sure I showed him the photo, like, a while ago. I think the game was just forcing us to do things in a particular order. Bill sucks so bad. It's so true. I want to save and I want to check those numbers again. Oops, what'd I do? Oh God, what did I do? Okay. For a second I was like, oh, did I accidentally load? But it's fine. 46. So 100, 94. That's 4 points up from before. I can't even talk anymore. I'm so excited. 98. 2 more points on total investigation, and we're done. We're so close. I feel like there must be just one little bit we need, and then we can go back to Joe and get the confession. So we're still lacking someone saying who Henry Klein is. We can probably focus on people who met Klein. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, that's mostly what we've been doing. Though, I mean, some people have... what am I doing? You know, like Janet and Dave were only 1 year old when they met him. This is a long shot. I want to see what Brian Ayler says about this photo. Okay. Just had a thought. I don't know. I was thinking maybe there was some mention of Brian and Joe meeting, but maybe I'm just making things up. It's weird to me that Dave has not given us much here. He just has nothing to say about the photo. Knife, pistol, scarf. He's still sticking to the same story. Oh, the scalpel. Let's talk to Susie more about the scalpel. I just don't know. What about the photo? I showed that picture to Bill once, and he told me my father was used as a replacement. I never could figure out what he meant. Bones. I just don't know. Newspaper article was written the same year that my father died. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. I feel like there's got to be... The particular wording of that strikes me as interesting. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. Why say it like that? Is that because he sees that as a different person who he's left behind? Glenn, Brian. Let's talk to Russell some more. Bill called us and asked us to meet him at Downshill Cemetery. Bill was going to turn us in, expose our 20-year-old crime unless we gave him the money we'd stashed away. It was Henry Klein who stabbed Bill in the back. But he won't tell us anything about that photo. Shelley. What am I missing? What if there is more physical evidence to find? Let's go back to the crime scene. I still think maybe it's just there because it makes sense to be able to go there. But the interaction you can do at the crime scene has always been kind of interesting to me. Scene of the crime had been thoroughly cleaned. You see nothing that would indicate that such an incredibly brutal murder had been committed here. Search for clues. Damn it. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Let's try the real estate office again also. The lighting up a cigarette is actually what reminded me, because we do that there also. The suspect, having been arrested, is no longer here. Search for clues. You don't find anything in the room. God damn it. Yeah, like we have 100 points, but the second category, I always forget what it's called. There's been stuff that I would have expected to count towards that category that we've been able to do long past getting 100 there. Cemetery, yeah, like that's where the crime took place. So that makes a ton of sense. Thank you. Do we want to ask this guy anything? What if Henry Klein didn't really die? What if the corpse that was buried in his grave belongs to someone else? It's a pretty crazy idea. Search for clues. Don't find anything relevant to the case. Damn. There's also the lot. Damn it. I can't I can't stop thinking about the leave this place option at the lot and the church. Is that just there to throw me off? Is it really nothing? Let's go back to the bank guy. And Martha. We should talk to both of them. Those are the two people we haven't arrested that would be most able to give us more information about Henry Klein, I believe. The bank guy worked with him and was able to give us a vague description of him. Skinny, nondescript fellow with brown eyes. He had just transferred from Boston. If I remember correctly, his family still lived there. Whoops. The risk of being indiscreet, the Lee Cosmetics Company is in dire financial straits. I've heard that Mr. Carson has turned to some questionable sources for monetary support. His grave is probably in the Downs Cemetery. Joe Carrington. You're kidding. Is he the murderer? He might be. Edward. Is it true that he was arrested? Stephen. I hear that he's under suspicion. Whoops. Heck. Let's talk to Sarah. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense at this point. We still don't know why Brian was outside the Hungry Fisherman at 2 a.m. But, like, the closer we get to finishing this, I feel like there's got to be some pieces of information that are just there to throw us off a little. Like, it's possible that him being there at 2 a.m. didn't have anything to do with any of this. All right. Martha Carrington. Home all evening. Nobody wears contacts. She has to know that her husband wears contact lenses. Maybe he was watching a streamer try to finish a video game at 2 a.m. I do think that makes a lot of sense. My first husband lived in this town briefly a long time ago. The name of my first husband was Henry Klein. How can you even suggest that my husband is not the murderer? God, what if we can go back to Thorpe's house and there finally is something in the sooty fireplace? That'd be kind of hilarious. I'm gonna check. You know I got it. No. Just covered in soot again. Bed is a social construct. Failed. I'm going to try again. I wish you luck. I don't want anyone to sleep poorly on my account. I do apologize. We're so close. I think we should go back to interrogation. Like that's the category where we're still missing 6 points. That's the only category aside from total where we're missing points. I think I'm just going to go through the whole list. I feel like we must be overlooking something important. Or it's just we need to, go through everybody in the right order. So, maybe we have to go back to somebody we haven't yet. Thought that we were hiding the embezzled money and threatened to reveal everything unless he was standing in front of Klein's grave, staring at us with contempt. I hated him at that moment, but I never thought of killing him. It was that creep, Henry Klein, who killed Bill. This doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what insurance even is. Oops. You gotta have more to say about those photos. The photo. Those are not Henry Klein's bones. We know that. The Liberty Bank incident was the red tie clubs. No, that... Henry Klein had brown eyes. Did Carson borrow money from Bill? The plan to embezzle money from the Liberty Bank was thought up and executed by the members of the Red Tie Club. Same. Fred. I can't imagine we would get anything more out of Fred. Didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm in love with Susie, that's all. He didn't trust insurance agents. Said they were the scum of the earth. No matter how many people encouraged him to get insurance, he never bought any. I haven't thought of that one in a bit. Have not thought of that one in a bit. According to Janet, well, I guess this goes back to the idea that maybe Janet was going to kill Bill, or at least thought about it, and took out the insurance policy so she could benefit from it as much as possible, but she just never got the chance. So maybe that's all there is to that. Like, we've been presented similar stories with other people quite a bit in this game. None of this is new. Doug. I'm sure he was killed for the insurance money. That's new. That's new. company is in danger of bankruptcy. Bill was ruthless. I tried to pay him back, but he laughed in my face. He said he was going to take over my company. That is also a new response. I didn't. I'm innocent. Okay, that's the same response we got before. I didn't even see him that night. So why, like, they were all at the cemetery at the same time? What? I love that I'm continuing to come up with more wild theories, so close to wrapping this up. But like, what if Janet did kill him, and then like a lot of the story was concocted to cover that up? Like maybe they just took Bill's body to the cemetery just so there would be enough people noticing things to point in the direction of this all being true. It seems weird. Like we know he left home at around 10:30 to meet with Bill at the graveyard. Yeah, Joe / Henry Klein, we assume, saw Doug at the cemetery. Were they just in different parts of the cemetery? It seems so weird. Something doesn't add up here, I feel like. Oh, wait. I guess it's possible that I've made some assumptions that have kind of led me to confusion here. Like we know Joe saw Doug in a hurry at around 10:30. I don't know that anyone ever specifically said that happened at the graveyard. I thought of this because I realized, oh right, Bill didn't leave the Hungry Fisherman until 11:30. Which is... Doug got home at 11, right? No, maybe we don't know when Doug got home. Either I or my iPad battery is likely to conk out right before you solve it all. Apparently, I'm likely to not be able to speak any further. Doug went to meet someone. We now know that was Bill. He used to meet at graveyard, never showed. Borrowed $300,000 from Bill. It was all a dream. Please believe me, I'm telling the truth. I didn't kill Bill. Let's save again and see how I'm doing here. At this point, I'm just going to save every so often to see, oh God, look at that. This might be it. We might have enough that we can go back to Joe and get him to confess. 100, 198, 199. Wake up, Bill. Oops, I didn't mean to leave the office. Does your cop partner help you out at all ever? No, he's in the hospital. He had a heart attack. And he insisted that we take the case, but he wanted to be kept up to date on it. So he's just been looking over our notes and, giving us some encouraging advice now and then. And he's been on the same one for a bit. Okay, JB, now you have a good idea who the murderer is. Get your evidence together and nail him to the wall. This is Catherine White. She is not a cop. She is our secretary. Interrogation. Good old Judd. Joe. Your number's up, buddy. Evidence. I don't know anything. I don't know him. The man called Henry Klein is already dead. I didn't notice before that there's 2 periods after this. Like he's trailing off a little. Don't know anything. How can I talk about something I don't know anything about? I swear I didn't do anything. Do what? For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about. Back off, detective. Damn it. Should I go check the crime scene? We did make additional progress. Who else could we talk to? That was Doug. Joe. Should I just keep going through the list? Have you tried repeating that thing when he says back off? Ooh, that's an interesting thought. If we don't back off. No luck. Does it make a difference what you have on the table when you ask the interrogate questions? As far as I can tell so far, no. It's possible that there could be specific instances where that matters, but in general, the interrogation process has been you present evidence, you get them to respond to that, you go through the interrogate options. I don't think it even matters what order or anything. You just need to go through them all after presenting the evidence, and then you go back to get deposition. And then if you have presented the correct evidence at that point, you'll get a new response. There's got to be some hidden flag at this point, right? Yeah, I feel like there's a whole game full of hidden flags. And it's a bit of work to find them sometimes. He had a comment on the contract before, right? Did you try it again? Carrington? Yeah, he said it's quite normal for a wealthy man to have a large insurance policy benefiting his wife. What's wrong with that? You can't suspect Janet. It's going too far. Let's talk to Janet more. I feel like there's got to be something more with Janet, right? Bill and I were having problems, so I spent a few nights at my parents' house. I'm sure that Bill had that woman over when I was away. The bimbo probably dropped them. No, I didn't kill Bill to collect the insurance money. Is that new? That was new. Okay, thank you. I wasn't thinking clearly. I could only picture Bill and that girl. Before I knew it, I was in front of the store. The man on the right sort of reminds me of my dead father. My mother showed me a picture of him a long time ago. Don't know anything about it. Don't know anything about it. I'm sure it's that woman. It just has to be Susie. It's true that I felt bitter towards Bill, but I loved him. I couldn't have killed him. I'm sure she's the one who stabbed Bill. I didn't kill him. Bill was still seeing that woman even after we got married. I begged and begged him to stop, but it was no use. We fought over it the day he was killed. I got so bad that I lost my head and went after him with a knife. But Bill just grabbed me, threw me on the floor, and left. I was sure he'd gone to Susie's place. You've got to believe me. I didn't kill him. Really, I didn't. So we finally got the story about the knife. I feel like this is the truth. She doesn't say it, but it feels implied that, Bill got cut with the knife, and that's how AB blood ended up on it. Oh no, I'm almost out of beverage entirely. I forgot to get more water. Okay. Surely now we can get Joe to confess, but I want to see the score here. Maximum. We've done it. It's time to wrap up this case. You know who to arrest. Interrogate your suspect and force a confession. Judd, thank you. The suspect sits down across from you. Where do we start? The scalpel. I don't know anything. The photo. I don't know him. The bones. The newspaper clipping. The contact lenses. They're mine. To tell you the truth, my eyes are... The accounting book. That's awful. The Lee Cosmetics Company is on the brink of bankruptcy. IOU. Don't know anything. How can I talk about something I don't know anything about? List of members. The man, called Henry Klein, is already dead. You should book all of them for disrupting your sleep cycle. Oh, Rez Mason, this is not disrupting my sleep cycle. I know you did it. I swear I didn't do anything. Why did you do it? Do what? What did you do it with? For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about. How did you do it? Back off, detective. Get deposition? All right. Henry Klein and I are one and the same person. Everything was planned by the Red Tie Club. It was going to be the perfect crime. And sure enough, the plan was carried out perfectly. But now, 20 years later, Bill Robbins stumbles on our secret and threatens to reveal everything. Bill was killed in the cemetery and was carried in Stephen's car to a spot near the entrance of the college. Ed Robbins, Stephen Beckert, Russell Thorpe, and I started a club for mystery novel fanatics called the Red Tie Club. We'd present and critique mystery stories we'd written. We soon got bored. We wanted to do something more challenging. That's when we started to think about committing the perfect crime. Our plan called for faking a death. We figured that if a dead person was blamed for our crime, the crime would go unsolved. I met all the criteria required to play the leading role. I was in town on temporary assignment. My family wasn't here. Few people knew me. I was just another teller at the bank. I was practically anonymous. When Henry Klein died, I left town quietly. Nobody questioned me. All the traces I left behind were destroyed in the fire. I had plastic surgery, got blue contact lenses, and became a different person altogether. I became Joe Carrington. I married my first wife a second time. My kids were too young to remember their real dad. Only Martha knew the truth. Thorpe took care of the money. I bought the land that was used to build the Robbins Trading Company's parking lot, the land my old house had been on, and also started a real estate business. 15 years later, I came to this town again. When Janet decided to marry Bill, I was really shaken. He was pretty smart. I was worried that he'd find out my secret and use it against me. I asked Ed Robbins to be careful. I told myself that as long as my daughter was happy, but Bill milked Glenn Axworthy for information and then figured out the rest for himself. He began threatening us. We wanted to protect ourselves and the comfortable lives we had made. Bill was threatening to blow it all away. I lost my head. Before I knew it, I had taken the scalpel away from Stephen and stabbed Bill in the back. I don't know how many times I struck the knife in. It was the imperfect end to our perfect crime. Our club's last plan was to put the blame on someone else. The man had so many enemies, but when I realized that my own daughter might be charged with murder, it was more than I could take. That's when I decided to confess. Mr. Harold, I'm the man you're looking for. I am the murderer. Joe Carrington's unexpected confession brought the case of Bill Robbins' murder to a close. Standing by the river, you light a cigarette, you stare at the lights in the distance, seemingly forever. End. That text went by a little bit fast, but I think I got most of it. Holy shit, we did it, y'all. Rush Pirate, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Holy shit, Kyle and Error. Kyle and Error, thank you so much for those gift subs. To Bill Kuhn, Hero Protagonist, For Magpie, Looks Kinda Bad, and Eden Waith. I appreciate all your support very, very, very much. I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling Twitch streamers. That was a game. It was definitely very frustrating at times, but I enjoyed it a lot. And if I were designing a game today, I definitely would make a lot of different choices, but I do appreciate, especially for the time it was made, the choices that it did make. Yeah, I'm so happy we got an epic outro song. I was hoping we would get one more song at the end of the game, so very satisfying. I can't believe this whole thing was made in World Builder. Culinary says this game is awesome, especially for the time. Yeah. Also, man, look at this fucking beautiful ending screen. That's cool as hell. Jeez. We're just gonna sit here for a minute. I just gotta take this all in. Is that a floating island? I think it's a boat. It looks like a large ship to me. Hotel Dusk next. Next is going to be Mopedi Island, which I'm very excited about. It's the sequel to Mortville Manor, which is a game that Maple Mystery played not too long ago. I was a little reluctant to skip ahead to the second game in a series, but I think it'll be fine. From what I gather, I think it's just like a separate story. I don't think it connects much to the first one. Hopefully I'm not wrong about that. Golden Idol. We'll get there. We'll get to Golden Idol. Hotel Dusk is a tricky one. I guess I would have to use an emulator. Would probably be the most reasonable option. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not gonna announce any plans beyond Mopedi Island, but we'll start that next week. The week after that is going to be Halloween. That'll be a special stream. I was hoping to be ready to announce my plans for that tonight, but I'm not quite ready. I will say I have exciting plans. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I am going to wear a costume that I'm very excited about. You'll want to see it, I think. How many cigarettes did your dude smoke, I wonder? It has to be more than a pack. Yeah, I think he went through many, many cigarettes. He drank like a dozen beers a day, probably. All stolen. Who replenished the beers, I wonder? Maple Mystery says, oh God, Mortville Manor. She made spreadsheets to keep track of dialogue in that game, which is wild. Probably not a requirement for the game, but it sounded like it was pretty worthwhile. Thank you for the GGs, Emmy. You got Moxie, kid. Thank you, Res Mason. Good murder. That's an emote. Thank you, Efton. You rape your wit. Thank you, Res. Blue contacts? Are you asking what was the deal with the blue contacts? Or are you asking if I'm going to wear them for my costume? No. I actually, I wish I could wear contacts for my costume. It would have been appropriate and good, but I have not worn contacts in many, many years. I'd have to go back to my eye doctor and get a contacts prescription and then pay for the contacts. And I ain't going to do all that. You're going to become Klein. That would be funny. Yeah, the dialogue spreadsheet. Those people had exactly the same responses a lot of the time. Made it so hard to remember what anyone said. Yeah. And you only got like limited opportunities to ask questions, right? Like people would clam up after you asked too many questions, which is wild. The more I think about your experiences with that game, the more I'm a little bit scared of Mopedi Island. I get the impression that the gameplay is kind of similar to this. Like there's a lot of going through menus to ask questions, but it's a fairly different style. It's a later game. I can't remember the exact year it came out, but the graphics are more like VGA. So a lot more colors. They look fantastic. One thing that is pretty delightful is that whenever you're talking to a person, there's text-to-speech to voice their dialogue, which is wild. 5 or 6 questions per game. Oh, God. I have no idea if Mopedi Island does anything like that at all. You beat this, how can you ever be afraid again? I mean, yeah, I suppose. But, like, playing a new game is like new challenges to figure out, basically, right? I never know what they're gonna do to me. I can't believe we did it. We finally finished this game. 10 streams. I feel pretty good about that, honestly. Redeems Dawsbreak. Thank you for doing a fake redeem. I definitely don't have it in me to actually do that. Only 1 hour over. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the thanks. I keep thinking I need to vary up my raids a little bit, but I have no energy to think about it, so we're just going to say hello to Sonneveld. I know he's streaming Echo Night tonight. He's currently doing his warm-up game Quadrax, which he's been at for quite a while. I feel like he's only, last I checked, less than halfway through that game of like 100 levels. Very, very long game. But then Echo Night is a game from Software that's very, very cool. It's a PS1 game, and it's like a first-person 3D adventure game style of thing. It's pretty neat. Nina Marie played it a while back, and I really enjoyed her playthrough of it. In fact, let me give Nina a shout out while we're talking about her. I'm sure most of you are already following her, but if not, you ought to. She's a fantastic game developer and streamer, and I always appreciate her insight as a developer into the games she's playing. Maple Mystery, good night. Thank you for hanging out so darn late. I appreciate all of you for doing that. You're welcome. Thank you. Rating me into mod. I'm sorry, Emmy. I mean, you can run away. He'll never know. How do I do a raid? You're welcome. I appreciate you being here for all of it. I can use my brain. Hello again, Verdant Tree. Goodbye. Oh, I almost forgot. Next stream Friday, Perfect Tides. We might be finishing that this week as well. I'm not sure. We didn't quite get to winter, so it might take a couple more streams, but we'll see. We're very close, I think. And then again on Saturday at dead of night over on Silver's stream. Yeah, it does seem like the seasons are maybe getting longer, so we'll see. Honestly, I'd be happy to get 2 more streams of Perfect Tides. That game has been fantastic. Y'all have a great rest of your week. Please take care of yourselves. Y'all are great. We'll see you around.